Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Ordinary Council meeting of the 23rd of May here at 1 Nicholas Street. All councillors are in attendance, and good morning to you all. I also note we have quite a full public gallery. It's lovely to see some of our residents be involved in democracy. I'll start by doing an acknowledgement to country. Ipswich City Council respectfully acknowledges the traditional owners as custodians of the land and waters we share. We pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging as the keepers of the traditions, customs, cultures and stories of proud people. We'll now move on to the opening prayer. We're very fortunate this morning to have Pastor Billy Dean from the Raceview Congregational Church. I invite you up to the lectern, Pastor Billy. Do you mind if I get to say your name, where you're from?
Yep. My name's Pastor Billy Dean. I'm the minister at the Raceview Congregational Church and I've been there for 10 years, and our church has been part of the Raceview community for 154 years this year. So I also chair the Ministers Fraternal for Ipswich, and so we really appreciate the opportunity for ministers each month to come in and open in prayer. And also want to acknowledge in our prayer this morning it's National Volunteers Week. We appreciate the work that volunteers do across the city. I tallied up at the start of the week that our church community has 200 active volunteers each week doing something in the community across our programs and activities, as do many churches. I've often said the church is the largest volunteer organisation in this city, with a couple of hundred churches representing a couple of hundred volunteers in each one of them. They do a lot of work, so I'll include that. Let me pray. Our most gracious God, who's the ruler of our nations, we pray for this council this morning for the Ipswich City. May they be directed and prosper in all their work of the councillors for the advancement of your glory and for the safety and welfare of this city, so that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established amongst us, the residents of this city. We pray for our councillors that they will make wise decisions and be a blessing to the people that they serve. May the decisions that they make this morning come from a spirit of respect and trust, with earnest desire to seek the mercy, compassion and justice for the residents and businesses of this city. May you continue to bless their service and support and nurture their families as they serve this city and sacrifice their time. And we pray too for the numbers of volunteers across organisations in this city. This week is an opportunity to reflect on the selfless work of those people and pray that you will bless them in their service to the residents of the city. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you so much, Pastor Billy. I particularly like the recognition of volunteers during National Volunteer Week as well. Item 4 is apologies and leave of absence. I have none. Item 5 is condolences, and we have a condolence motion that I believe is going to be moved by Councillor Tully and seconded by Councillor Antonelli for Mr Sean Nelson Fox. So I'll hand over to you, Councillor Tully.
Thank you, Mayor. Sean Nelson Fox was born in Brisbane on the 6th of November 1964 and passed away in March this year at the age of 59. He attended St Ignatius School Toowong from grades 1 to 3 and St Joseph's College Gregory Terrace in Brisbane from 1973 to 1981. After completing grade 12, Sean Fox undertook a law degree at the University of Queensland and commenced work in the private legal sector. He spent over 30 years in the private sector in areas as diverse as insurance law and local government law. In 2003, he joined the Ipswich City Council as the City Solicitor until 2006. He undertook a major review of Council's legal branch and implemented key reforms within the Council, including updated professional linkages with all Council departments, as well as the external legal profession. Sean Fox also undertook operational reforms of the Ipswich Town Plan, including the Springfield Land Corporation project, legal issues, development application processes and particularly appeals to the Planning and Environment Court. He had a proactive approach to enforcement action against recalcitrant developers and property owners who ignored town planning, building and other statutory requirements. He built a reputation as one of the most highly regarded town planning litigation lawyers in Queensland. When he periodically wore his British-style double-breasted navy blue suit, he would invariably announce that it was his litigation outfit for that day in court. During his career, he worked for major law firms and commercial organisations in Sydney and Brisbane. Sean Fox had an incisive and meticulous legal memory, but also a genuine understanding of the frailties of humanity. In later years, he was the honorary solicitor for a number of key not-for-profit community organisations in Brisbane. He was a member of the Brisbane Racing Club and the Royal National Association in Brisbane. He was a lover of animals, in particular dogs, cats and horses. On 10th of March of this year, Sean passed away at the Royal Brisbane Women's Hospital after a prolonged illness. His funeral was held at his secondary school, St Joseph's College, Gregory Terrace, on the 3rd of April 2024, which was attended by an array of judges, lawyers, teachers, business people, the racing fraternity, and his grade 12 classmates from 1981 who formed a guard of honour at the conclusion of the funeral service. The celebrant was former Terrace student Father James O'Donoghue. Sean Fox is survived by his mother Patricia at Villa Maria in Brisbane and his brother Dan at Townsville Grammar School. Requiescat in pace. May he rest in peace.
Thank you, Councillor Tully. Councillor Daly, would you wish to speak as a seconder? No. Thank you very much for that, Councillor Tully and Councillor Tully. We'll now move on to item 6, which is tributes, and there are none. Item 7, presentation of petitions, and we have a petition. So it's item 7.1. It's the petition to increase the number of disability change rooms at the Goodna Aquatic Centre. Does anyone have any questions of the relevant council officers on this? No? In that case, I'll move that the petition be received and referred to the appropriate council department for investigation report back to the relevant committee or council meeting. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any other discussion?
Just quickly, I welcome the petition and thank the community for their contribution towards it. Commentary from the community in relation to the accessibility services at the Goodna Aquatic Centre are quite positive in relation to the pools. However, because of the popularity of that aquatic centre itself, having only one accessibility change room, the request for more and for additional parking is the concern. So I just wanted to highlight that, but thank them for bringing it to our attention as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any other discussion? I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. We'll now move on to item 8, which is the presentation and deputations. There are none. Item 9, public participation. There are none. 10, matters of public interest, and there are none. So we'll move on to the declarations of interest in matters on the agenda. And I understand, Deputy Mayor, you have...
Thank you, Mayor. In accordance with Section 150 EQ of the Local Government Act 2009, I inform the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in the following items. So 16.10 titled Event Sponsorship 2024 Gulf Western Oil Winter Nationals, and 16.11 titled Event Sponsorship CMC Rocks 2026. The nature of my interest is that my family have life membership with Willowbank Raceway, and I would like under Section 150 EQ to invite the other councillors to determine if I can continue to participate in the decision process. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Do you mind if I ask just a couple of questions?
Absolutely.
Are you on the executive of that organisation?
No.
No. Do you participate in decision making?
Absolutely not.
Do you have a personal financial benefit?
No, we're just big fans.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Or in that case, I'll move that that Deputy Mayor Nicole Jonick participates and votes on items 16.10 and 16.11 because there is no personal financial benefit to her, and therefore a reasonable person would trust that the final decision is made in the public interest. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Antonelli. Any discussion? I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. It's unanimous, noted that the Deputy Mayor obviously did not vote. Thank you. I think we have another declaration of interest. Councillor Cullen?
Yeah, we do, Mayor. In accordance with Section 150 EQ of the Local Government Act 2009, I, David Cullen, inform the meeting that I have declarable conflict of interest in item exactly the same, 1610 and 1611. And the nature of the declarable interest is that I to have a life pass, life membership for Willowbank Raceway. I invite the other councillors to determine if I can continue to participate in the decision process.
Thank you. Councillor Cullen, are you currently on the executive of that organisation?
No, Mayor, I'm not.
Do you have a personal or financial benefit to?
No, Mayor, I don't.
That's right. Any other questions of Councillor Cullen? In that case, I move that Councillor Dave Cullen participate in votes on items 16.10 and 16.11 because there's no personal financial benefit to him and therefore a reasonable person would trust that the final decision is made in the public interest. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Augustine. Any discussion? I put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. It's unanimous noting that Councillor Cullen did not vote. Thank you. I'm going to move to change the order of the reports. As most of you know, there was the agenda has been created in order.
Are you asking for further conflicts?
Sorry?
Are you asking for further conflicts?
Oh, sorry. Are there further conflicts? My apologies. Councillor Antonelli.
Yes, in accordance with section 150 E for Echo, Q for Quebec of the Local Government Act 2009, I inform the meeting that I have a conflict of interest in item, I believe it's 15, which is the matter relating to the reception and consideration of committee reports. Is that the correct item? Per the agenda, yes.
For the lease?
The nature of the declarable conflict of interest is that I am the holder of a real estate certificate, and even though that certificate cannot be enacted unless I am currently attached to a licensed principal agent, I cannot perform any duties as a real estate salesperson. However, I would like to invite the councillors to determine if I can continue to participate in the decision process of that matter.
Thank you, and thank you for making that declaration, Councillor Tilly. May I ask, in that role, would you be doing leases around the CBD?
No.
You wouldn't? Okay. Would you see any personal or financial benefits for being involved in the decision-making of item 15?
No.
Okay. Any other questions for Councillor Antonelli? Yes, Councillor Tully.
Just to clarify that licence, and I take the point that you said you can't utilise it unless it's working with or engaged with a principal. But it is in effect, is it, that it's dormant in that you don't have any right or power or legal right to utilise that permit or certificate at the moment?
I certainly can't act as a salesperson without any attachment, be it by contract or salary, with a principal.
Thank you. Any other questions? No. In that case, I move that Councillor Andrew Antonelli participates and votes in an item 15 titled, my apologies, the special meeting of the Ipswich Central Redevelopment Committee, because there's no personal financial benefit to him and therefore a reasonable person would trust that the final decision is made in the public interest. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Madden. Any discussion? Okay, I'll move that to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous in the room, noting that Councillor Antonelli did not vote.
Just a note, I didn't vote.
Yes, I just said that. Thank you. Thank you.
In accordance with section 150 EQ of the Local Government Act 2009, I, Councillor Jacob Madsen, inform the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in items 15.1, minutes of Ipswich Central Redevelopment Committee, 16.4, Nicholas Street Precinct, April 2024 Retail Sub-Project Steering Committee Report, and 16.5, Nicholas Street Precinct Venue Building Contract Review. The nature of the declarable conflict of interest, I was a former member of the executive of the Ipswich Trades Hall and Labor Day Committee, and they're building the Ipswich Trades Hall is near the Ipswich Central Redevelopment. I'm no longer a member of that committee. Moved on to different pursuits. So I thought I'd bring it to the council today to see what decision the councillors would like to make on whether or not they'd like me to participate.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Madsen. May I just double check, you're not on the executive of the Trades Hall anymore?
No, I haven't been for over 6 months, I think.
Right. And are you providing any advice to the is it as part of the changeover?
No, that's ceased. I'm not in communique
Okay.
on those sorts of matters anymore.
Do you have any personal financial benefit for these matters coming to council?
No.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of Councillor Madsen? Thank you. I move that Councillor Jacob Madsen participates in votes on items, I think it was 15, and you might have to remind me, is it 16.4?
15.1, 16.4 and 16.5.
16.4 and 16.5 as well, because there's no personal financial benefit to him, and therefore a reasonable person would trust that the final decision is made in the public interest. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any discussion? Put that to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous, noting that Councillor Madsen has not voted. Yes, Councillor Madden.
I just noticed in the grants with regard to Anzac Day services, there's a grant to an Anzac Day service that I was previously involved with. I just thought I'd make that declaration.
I'll just check. I think that one is a receive and note.
No requirement.
I'll just double check.
It was the Wood End Anzac Day service that I'm no longer involved with.
That's 16.2, 12, sorry.
Page 316.
So under the local government, by declaring a conflict, we have to vote on that. I do note that this is receive the contents and it's funding that has already been paid to them. So I guess I ask if you wish to declare.
Formally declare.
And
Declare pursuant to section 150 perceived. Mayor, in accordance with section 150 EQ of the Local Government Act, I inform the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest with regard to item item 1612.
yes,
In that, I was previously convener of the Wood End Anzac Day service, but I ceased my involvement in 2023. But I'm just declaring that I may have perceived conflict of interest with regard to that matter.
and how would you like this matter treated?
That it's recorded.
We either have to vote or you
I'm happy to have it.
leave.
I'm
Yep.
happy to have the vote.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you. I note that I think that donation to Woodhead Anzac Day service was 4,367, and that this report is a receiving of what's already happened. So I'll ask, I guess, in moving this, would there be any actual financial or personal benefits to you?
No financial gain. I have no involvement since 2023 with regard to the Wood End Anzac Day service, and I didn't attend the service this year, unfortunately, because of other commitments.
Yep, thank you.
But I did have a long association with the Wood End Anzac Day service.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of Councillor Madden? In that case, I'll move that Councillor Jim Madden participates and votes on item 16.2, titled Community Funding and Support Allocation Status Report, because there is no personal financial benefit to the council and therefore a reasonable person would trust that the final decision is made in the public interest. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Augustine. Any discussion? I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. It's unanimous in the room, noting that Councillor Madden didn't vote.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any other declarations of interest? You'll note that we had some reports on our agenda where it was a placeholder, and then we had some late reports. So under procedure, I need to highlight, and you'll see in the packs, a reorder or a change of the order of reports. So the agenda has been created in order of department responsibility in relation to items 16.24 and 16.25, which are supplementary items. There may be a requirement for them to be moved and considered. So I'll move that supplementary item 16.24, which is the, pardon me, to be considered to be considered prior to item 16.14 titled Monthly Financial Performance Report, February and March, as officer reports have been grouped departmentally. And B, that supplementary item 16.25 be considered prior to item 16.1 titled CEO Organisation Performance Report, as officer reports have been grouped departmentally. Do I have a seconder for that procedural change?
Can you just repeat the order for 16.25 again? Thank you.
So that supplementary item 16.24 be considered prior to item 16.14 or 16.14. Considered prior to 16.1, which is the organisational performance report. It's a recommendation from the organisation for the running of the agenda. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Any discussion? I put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Sorry, I'll just check. Raise your hand. So everyone, thank you. That's unanimous and carried. We move on to item 12, which is the confirmation of minutes. And item 12.1 is the confirmation of the minutes of the ordinary meeting. So I move that the minutes of the ordinary meeting be held on the 1st of March 2024 be confirmed. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Any corrections, amendments, errors anyone would like to point out? No? In that case, I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. It's unanimous and carried. Move on to item 12.2, the confirmation of the minutes of the special meeting. And I move that the minutes of the special meeting held on the 11th of April 2024 be confirmed. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Any amendments, errors, corrections, submissions? In that case, I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. We move on to item 13, which is mayoral minutes, and there are two mayoral minutes this morning. The first one is item 13.1, community rock snake installation. And this is a report concerning a mayoral minute which seeks to find an appropriate location for a beloved community art installation at Fay Car Park in Ripley. Mackenzie Stridham 5 has approached myself and Councillor Pi Augustine to find a way to start a community rock snake project that could be left in a safe and suitable location within her local park. Members of the committee would be invited to paint a rock and add it to Susie the rock snake's tail, bringing people together and spreading joy in the Ripley community. So move that the Ipswich City Council work with Ripley residents Mackenzie and Yolande Stridham to find a suitable location for an interactive community art project, Susie the rock snake, to reside in Fay Car Park. In speaking to this, I'm moving this mayoral minute today so that Ripley resident 5-year-old Mackenzie Stridham can start a rock snake in Fay Car Park. This is a wonderful community project that will bring people together and spread joy. I would like Council to work with Mackenzie and her mum, Yolande, to ensure this public artwork is suitably protected and in an appropriate area, taking into account safety considerations to other park users, but also not adding to the maintenance of that park for Council and ratepayers either. When Councillor Augustine and I first met Mackenzie in Fay Car Park, she told me that she named the rock snake Susie because it started with an S and she would like everyone to come out and put a rock on Susie's tail. The snake may not be able to slither, but Susie can spread joy and connection, and it was all sparked by the imagination of one little girl. As a mayoral motion, it's moved and seconded, so I open it up for any discussion.
I'll speak to it. Thanks, Mayor. Meeting with Susie and her mum Yolande. It's very much in the spirit of the community, and it was very much just brightened the whole park where we were. It was just it's a great initiative by a young girl.
Thank you. Any other discussion? I move to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. Thank you. We now move on to item 13.2, which is a mayoral minute on the chairperson of the City of Ipswich Local Disaster Management Group. And the recommendation is that Council appoint Mayor Teresa Harding as the chairperson of the City of Ipswich Local Disaster Management Group. So as a mayoral minute, it's moved and seconded, so I'll speak to it. The leadership of this council is a humbling privilege and something I nor anyone else should take for granted. For many community members, the role of council is vital. For others, they may interact with the facilities we enable, but for some, it may just be transactional. However people view this council or how they vote, we serve every community member 24/7, 365 days a year. Nothing demonstrates this more than when a disaster strikes. Sadly, for all our collective efforts to prevent the damage inflicted by a disaster, our need to prepare grows each year, as we know our ability to respond and recover is just around the corner. When disasters strike, all members of the community and public safety agencies, such as the Queensland Police Service, the State Emergency Service, the Queensland Fire Emergency Service, the Rural Fire Service, the Australian Defence Force, Department of Communities, and many other agencies, expect those in elected office to be visible, available, and resourceful. For Ipswich City Council, this is ensuring that the Mayor is the chair of the local disaster management group. Being the chair of this essential multi-agency group across all three levels of government ensures that decision-making is holistic for our region and provides all stakeholders with direct access to the most senior elected representatives in this region. In the same way, the Premier and Prime Minister have not delegated their leadership responsibilities in times of crisis, nor will I. I bring forward this Merrill Minute today in response to the many requests we have all received from the Ipswich community to revisit our decision. They want us to revisit our decision regarding the chair of the local disaster management group. There have been very few decisions that I have seen in my time as Mayor that have prompted such a strong, immediate response from our community, both directly and online. On the day of the post-election meeting, I was swamped with calls, emails and messages from our community asking me why this happened, and they asked me to post that meeting on Facebook so that our community could be aware of the decision made by Council. That meeting has had nearly 2,000 views to date. What I have taken away from this feedback is that this decision and the way it was executed didn't sit well with many members of our community. More so, there's an expectation within our community and throughout Queensland that it is the Mayor's role to lead a city through a disaster. Leading a city through a disaster is the very definition of civic leadership. They rightfully expect their Mayor to lead this council in good and bad times. It's what they voted for. Anything less is a dereliction of duty for the residents of Ipswich. Based on this very clear message from our constituents, I have brought this Merrill Minute forward today and ultimately leave it in your hands to decide. As you know, the first local government principle in the Local Government Act states that we must be transparent and have effective processes and have decision-making in the public interest. Well, I think it's important to know that the previous outcome of this matter was democratically decided. Our community has clearly let us know that it failed the public interest test by a country mile. Therefore, I now open up the discussion to hear the thoughts and views from the group. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to speak to this. As a Division 3 councillor who was on the ground and moving about the community during the 2022 flood, I know firsthand of the trauma and hardship faced by residents through a very stressful time. During that period, I also was in contact with the disaster group via appropriate channels, and that did include council officers and yourself and the deputy chair. I note post that event there was a review, as always occurs, and we were given an opportunity to provide feedback. I gave my very clear feedback on the experience for myself in serving my residents through that very difficult time. I had a couple of ideas on how we may improve communications going forward. I gave that feedback. I understand that, you know, that has now been formulated and implemented. For that reason, I will be supporting your Merrill Minute today, noting that every other council in Queensland, the Mayor is absolutely leading a city through a disaster, and residents, regardless who is in that role, will look to the leader of the city, being the Mayor. So I do worry that we will create an added level of bureaucracy during what it will already be a very trying time. If you are not chair, there will be, additional communications required to keep, relevant parties up to speed, to be fully informed, to respond to community comments or questions that are directed at the Mayor. So for those reasons, I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Anything else? In reply, I conclude that I think when our city is faced with disaster, our residents expect their Mayor to be visible, available, and most importantly, accountable for the decisions we make at this time. I understand that we all have different personal and political views, but today our community is asking us to put those aside and make a decision that reflects their views and expectations. So that I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's myself, Councillor Augustine, Councillor Doyle. Thank you. Sorry. Pardon me, I have those against. Thank you, Councillor Madsen, Councillor Johnny, Councillor Tully. May I ask the gallery just to be quiet? So can I ask you to put your hands up again? So Councillor Madsen, Councillor Johnny, Councillor Tully.
Shame on you. Absolute shame on you.
Can I just ask the gallery to, can I ask the gallery to be quiet? Can I ask the gallery to be quiet, please? Councillor Antonelli and Councillor Madden, abstaining. Thank you. Sorry? Are you abstaining or are you voting? No, I think you... Sorry, sorry, I can't... the councillors are having difficulty hearing. So I've got those against, Councillor Madsen, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Tully, Councillor Antonelli and Councillor Madden vote against, and abstain was Councillor Cullen. Thank you. Those who voted against, would you like to speak to the reasons why?
Point of order, the vote has been taken and the result should be declared under standing orders.
Yes, those are declared that the mayoral motion did not get up and was defeated. Thank you, Councillor Tully. Yes, thank you, Councillor Tully. That's what I'll be doing. So, under our meeting procedures, I am entitled to ask for those who voted against why they did. So that's why I opened up to see if anyone who voted against, if they'd like to say why. Thank you. So I now ask the gallery to please be quiet. We now move on to item 14, which is the business outstanding, including conduct matters and matters lying on the table to be dealt with. And there are nil. We now move on to special meeting of the item 15.1, the special meeting of the Ipswich Central Redevelopment Committee, and I'll hand over to the chair of that committee to see how she'd like this report handled. Councillor Doyle, as the chair. Sorry, as the chair.
Yeah, I'm happy to move that
Recommendations.
Thank you very much. So the recommendation is that Council adopt the recommendations of the Special Ipswich Central Redevelopment Committee of the 23rd of May, which was held this morning, 2024. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Doyle. And now moving to discussion, and I know that there may be some discussions. I know some of you attended as observers for the committee. I guess I seek, would people like to go into closed session to discuss some of those commercial in confidence matters or not?
There's some issues I'd just briefly like to discuss, which I think should be in closed
Thank you.
session.
Thank you. So I'll move that in accordance with section 254J3, G, which is negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government for which a public discussion would likely prejudice the interests of the local government, that we move into closed session. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Thank you, Councillor Doyle. I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. Thank you. We're now going to closed session because we're now going to discuss the commercial aspects of the lease. So I'll have to ask all those to leave. I apologise. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome. It's at 10:56. We've just come out of a closed session where we discussed some of the commercial aspects of the lease. And I thank all the councillors for their excellent questions and going into some of the detail there. I now, I guess, continue to open it up for discussion. If there's anyone like to say anything, I'll just caution the public gallery just to be quiet as you move in. Any other discussion on this item? No. In that case, I put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. It's unanimous and carried. Thank you. Now, this is the one where we did the changing the order. So this is actually item 16.25 that we're doing first. Okay, thank you. Now, item 16.25 is the council and committee meeting structure, including membership of the council standing committee. So there's going to be a few things here. We're going to discuss what the committees are, the chair, the deputy chair, and the members, as well as the terms of reference, which state that the mayor and the deputy mayor are on each of the committees. And also have an amendment put forward about changing of the timings as well. So I'll just go through them one by one. And I just want to start by letting everyone know that before I was sworn in and sort of afterwards, I've let the councillors know that it was not my intention to wish to chair a committee meeting. I did in the last time because it came out of administration. We had massive waste issues, bringing a new planning scheme. So I felt that it was important to have the mayor chair those ones, and so I wish to for the councillors to chair those and probably take that lead in the advocacy services area. So I just thought that everyone know that in coming into this meeting. So recommendation A is that in accordance with section 264 of the Local Government Regulations 2012, the following structure of standing committees be adopted. So I'll start with that. So and I'll do each item separately. So that is that we will have a community and sport committee, an economic and cultural development committee, which will include an advocacy advisory committee, an environment sustainability committee, a finance and governance committee, which will have a regulation advisory committee, and an assets and infrastructure committee. So I'll move recommendation A. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Augustine.
Mayor, may I move an amendment?
Yes.
Just to the infrastructure and assets, the name to
Yes.
infrastructure planning and assets.
Sorry, infrastructure. Let me just check. I'm just going to check with the Deputy Mayor if I may, because I know that you're leading some of this discussion. Is that what was on the...
I'm happy for that.
Yeah, okay.
Amendment.
So as the mover of this recommendation, I'm happy for that amendment. I'll just check with you, Councillor Augustine. Are you okay with that amendment as well? Thank you very much, Councillor Augustine. Any discussion on recommendation A? No, I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. That's unanimous and carried. Thank you. Next, we'll look at recommendation B is that the responsibilities of each standing committee be summarised as below. And I'll read this out because it was a late report and it's on the screen there. That the Community and Sport Committee is made up of Sport and Recreation, Community Development and Research, Library and Customer Services, Community Safety, and Community Health and Education. That Economic and Cultural Development include Economic Development, Destination Development, Arts and Cultural Services, City Events and Marketing Services, Ipswich Central Nicholas Street Precinct redevelopment, Ipswich Central revitalisation, advocacy services reporting via the Advocacy Advisory Committee, Olympics and Paralympic Games reporting via the Advocacy and Advisory Committee. That the Environment Sustainability Committee have the following matters: animal management, including biosecurity, pest, plant and animals, city maintenance, open space, city maintenance, urban, forest and natural areas, natural environment and land management, resource recovery and sustainability and emergency management. The Finance and Governance Committee will have elected council support, financial services, governance, ICT services, strategy and project delivery, media and communications, people and culture, procurement, property and facilities, strategic and corporate planning, workplace health and safety, local laws and regulatory compliance services, reporting via the Regulation Advisory Committee. And finally, the Infrastructure, Planning and Assets Committee will have animal management, including domestic animals and animal regulation, city maintenance facilities, city maintenance roads and drainage, city maintenance technical support and aquatic, construction city assets, fleet, infrastructure strategy and planning, planning and development. So I'll move all of that recommendation B. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Tully. I'll open it up for discussion. Thank you, Councillor Tully.
Just one query.
Yep.
Under finance and governance.
Yes.
Right, the way I've printed it, this is the responsibilities. It says local law and regulatory compliance services, and then the bit in brackets, I've just got a query because I haven't heard of this committee, the reporting via the Regulation Advisory Committee. Can you or the CEO explain what that committee is? I've never heard of it.
You were at that meeting earlier this week. That was discussed because of the local laws. We're looking at making sure, having that committee there to facilitate the local laws.
Yeah, but what is it? Is it another committee on top of this, or is it just officers, or?
No, it's council, so it's a subcommittee, which...
Oh, subcommittee.
Yeah. I'll open it up for other discussion, but...
Well, perhaps we put that in, make it clear that it's the subcommittee. Yeah, no, I remember that comment, but it was just the way it's written that if we're going to have that as a subcommittee, if we could put the...
So it's called an advisory committee, which is actually under the Local Government Act. You can have advisory committees.
Are they open to the public?
You can, or others. You can open it up.
Yeah.
But I don't think we will look into that.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Similar
It puts
to
it in
the
perspective. Thank you.
Similar to the Advocacy Advisory Committee. Yep. Any other discussion? I'll put the matter to the vote. Recommendation B to the vote. Those in favour? Oh, sorry. My apologies.
No. Just obviously querying, and it was a bit of a late report, but it's reordered. But I guess it's that order is in the recommendation E as well. So I'll ask that then.
Yep. Yes. Thank you. So I'll put recommendation B to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. It's unanimous and carried. We now move on to item C, that in accordance with section 264 of the Local Government Regulations, that the membership of the Council's standing committees as detailed in recommendation A above be appointed as follows. I'll just do it in order of the list here. So I'll look at community and sport, and I move that Councillor Augustine is the chair. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Doyle. In speaking to it, I think I might just ask a few questions of you, if that's okay, Councillor Augustine?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
May I ask you, do you have any experience being as an executive at a sports club?
Yes, Mayor, I've had extensive experiences I've been the president of Springfield United Football Club, started that off the junior program, which grew into the fastest growing sport in southeast Queensland, which I then received a Ipswich Australia Day Award, which was from Councillor Ireland, was nominated a couple of years ago. That was in 2013. I was also part of the executive of Football Ipswich, which was Western Pride Football Club for over 10 years. as well as being a director on Australia's football committee, which has now progressed into the second division of underpinning the A-League.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any experience in sports administration?
I do. I have worked for Football Queensland as an administrator of the, as a competition administrator of the Gold Coast, so administrating all of their football teams, yeah, over a number of years.
Thank you. I guess I'll leave it open for you to speak to this.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. For me, I've had over 4 decades of either playing, coaching, administering, refereeing and even commentating all levels of sport, from grassroots to elite sports. Even grew my own sports star in my daughter. My love for sports and participating in sports has taken me all around Australia and New Zealand, both as a player and a coach, and it has instilled in me the value of hard work and team spirit and taking pride in my club, sport and region. When you get amongst the community in general, you also want to know that you've been listened to. I know the hard work the community want from a councillor, and I've been working hard to meet all the community organisations and solidifying relationships. Yeah, I've been under this remit of this committee. It's got about the community. I've, worked with the local radio station over 3 years with the community. I also, through my campaign, Mayor, I did campaign heavily on the community safety, which I think is very pertinent to the community at the moment, which is also a remit of this community, committee. And I think our community is a growing at a rapid pace, and we need a chair of the community to have experience and knowledge and expertise to handle this committee. And I believe I'm the best person for this role, and I seek the support of my fellow councillors.
Thank you. I open up for further discussion.
Just wish to foreshadow a motion, if I may, that the council appoint Councillor Madsen as chair and Councillor Augustine as deputy chair.
Yep. I'll just foreshadow, I can only further shadow the chair at this stage. Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Daly. Any other discussion?
Yeah,
yes,
thank you,
Councillor?
Mayor. I will be voting in support of Councillor Augustine taking up the role of chair. Just want to go on the record. There has been some discussions amongst councillors, I guess, around whether or not a chair should have prior experience taking the chair on council, and therefore that would potentially exclude first-time councillors. I think it's pretty obvious that the skills required to chair, that is, the driving, the strategic side of things, as well as the important advocacy with all levels of government, dealing with corporates and business around partnerships. Those are skills acquired not just within local government, they are acquired across the board in the private industry. So I wholeheartedly believe, and not just in relation to this committee, all of them, that just because you haven't previously been on council and held a chair role, that you're not capable. We have all been elected by our people because we have shown to be leaders in the community, and individually we all bring different skill sets to the table. So just want to go on the record to acknowledge that, and very supportive of Councillor Augustine.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Thank you, Councillor Madsen.
It's more than a bit awkward for Pi and I, since we share a division. We're both passionate about the same thing. We both want the leadership position on this. In regards to some of the discussion, I have complete respect for Pi's experience and what she's done over the course of her life. Likewise, I've grown up in and around sporting groups, volunteering roles, playing roles, all sorts of things. Family have been involved. I'm passionate about sports because it was a big thing for me growing up, and I think it's a big thing for our community. The reason why I want to chair it is I'm actually acutely worried about the position of the council moving into the future if we don't get it right in this area. We have a number of strategies that we need to deliver on, or the council won't be in a position where we have the right land holdings, the right buildings, the right even operating models for a facility. We've got a massive shortfall in indoor sports facilities in Ipswich, which is something that we need to address because the change is occurring in what people want their kids to play and what they want to play. Trends change in sport, and currently council will heavily subsidise traditional sports played in Ipswich, and emerging sports that are also Olympic sports for that matter, like volleyball and basketball and others, are having huge surges in playing numbers, but we have a facility shortage. So I want to chair the committee principally because I think I'm best placed to make sure we end up with a good indoor sports strategy and one that we deliver on. Furthermore, one of the things that's been hurting our council for a long time is traditionally sports fields would be 1 or 2 fields and you'd have like a bit of a clubhouse. The way things are going with how much it costs to build a clubhouse, we need that sort of infrastructure to support 4 and 5 and 6 fields instead. So we actually need to go through another piece of work to identify larger pieces of land to have larger hubs for our sporting activities. Again, I've been working on this already. It's something that I want to see the council deliver on. I think I'm well placed to lead us on that. Furthermore, an important aspect of this committee that hasn't been addressed this morning that every councillor from the last term would know that I have a few non-negotiables on it is libraries. Everybody deserves access to a library. Currently, we're stuck in this sort of bureaucratic washing machine on where land will be in Ripley and potentially Springfield for our ultimate options in that regard. And if you don't get the position of the library right and how big it is and what it services, it can be a problem. These are things that cost council a lot of money if you get it wrong, but the cost of us not trying to get it right is even greater. Previously, we've had the level of resourcing for libraries lowered in a community that actually needs it, and then we've had to go back and revitalise the Redbank Plains Library. And yeah, I guess that's it. Me not voting for Councillor Augustine this morning is no disrespect towards her skills and experience. This is just something that I'm really passionate about. I've been doing a lot of work on this already over the course of the last term, but we haven't got these strategies across the line. So this is really just what I want to run at 110%, because over the next 10 to 20 years, if we don't get these strategies right, it'll be too late in some suburbs as they develop to get the right piece of land. And then if that doesn't happen, the community doesn't have the facilities that they need. And yeah, they're the things that keep me up at night.
Thank you much, Councillor Madsen. Any other discussion?
Just
Deputy Mayor?
quickly, I know that these things keep Councillor Madsen up at night because I sometimes take phone calls to discuss these. So I know that right from the start, in particular with libraries and early learning opportunities in our lower than socioeconomic areas, he's kind of spoken at length to me about that, and his passion obviously to get that sustainability model through for our sporting community as well. And like Councillor Madsen stated, this is I'll be supporting Jacob as the chair and Pi as the deputy chair, but this is a democratic process, and I've been facilitating meetings amongst all councillors to have open discussions in relation to their wants and needs with these committees to make it as transparent and appropriate as possible, so we can work on that culture and inclusively and come to these decisions collectively.
Sorry, point of order, Mayor. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit confused. At the moment, we have a motion in relation to Councillor Augustine.
Yes.
So we're going to vote for or against. So we're speaking for or
Yeah,
against
okay.
that,
So
and then
I
we'll
guess
move-
I'll take that point. We're actually speaking for Councillor Augustine, and obviously there's a foreshadowed motion. So you speak to Councillor Augustine as opposed to Councillor Madsen?
I was just about to finish, so nothing further.
Thank you, thank you. Any other commentary? In that case, as the mover, I'll give have a right of reply. I'll be supporting Councillor Augustine because she has a demonstrated 40-year history as a representative athlete representing the state of Queensland, and also decades of experience in sport and community development in regards to sports administration, doing the grassroots out there, whether it's cutting oranges through to setting strategies and lobbying. I know Shane Newman for funding and things like that. So she's got that depth of experience as well as campaigning on community safety during the campaign. I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. It's myself, Councillor Augustine, Councillor Doyle. I'm trying to take account, so can I please ask those against? So Councillor Madsen, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Tully, Councillor Madden, and abstaining. I need a hand, sorry. Councillor Antonelli and Councillor Cullen. So that did not get up. So we go to the foreshadowed motion. And that foreshadowed motion, I'll just get you to raise it up again. The foreshadowed motion from Councillor Antonelli was that Councillor Madsen is the chair. I just ask the gallery to be silent, please. The foreshadowed motion that Councillor Antonelli put up actually can't proceed. It's just the deputy, just for me. Just for the chair. We're not doing deputy chair at the moment. Yep. So if we could have that motion.
Excuse me, just point of order. I moved a motion for both.
Okay.
For both the chair and the deputy chair.
It's a foreshadowed motion.
Foreshadowed motion for both.
It is.
It should not matter if it includes both positions.
But there may be some people who support one but not the other. So I think you're limiting people's choices.
Well, isn't that for the motion to decide?
Okay. Okay. So you've moved it. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you. I just want to double check that Councillor Augustine is happy with that. That's why I was trying to separate it. Are you happy with that nomination or not, Councillor Augustine?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Thank you. Okay, so that's the live motion.
Can I just
Could you put your microphone on, please?
Point of order about the process started with appointing of chairs, and then I assumed that we'd go through deputy chairs. Now we've got one of them combining both. I do think it's appropriate, and I'm prepared to either suggest to the mover and seconder or to move an amendment to take out the deputy. That is correct that it was a foreshadowed motion for both, but I think we're getting out of kilter with the process that we've established. So I just ask the mover and seconder if they'd be prepared to, so that would come up when we appoint the deputies, obviously.
Thank you.
Or otherwise I'll move an amendment to take that bit out, or the bit in relation to the deputy, which I'd be supportive of.
So Councillor Tully has moved that we do split those two, and I guess I'll just check with the mover.
As the mover, I'm happy if it appears though that's what the remainder of the council
I'll just
wants.
check with the seconder. Deputy Mayor, are you happy to split those two?
I'm happy with that.
Okay, so we'll take those as two foreshadowed motions. So, so that means the motion live to us now is that that Councillor Madsen is the chair of the Community and Sport Committee. Obviously, that was moved by Councillor Antonelli, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. I'll now open it up for discussion. Do you wish to speak to that, Councillor Antonelli?
Yeah, as the mover, I just look in relation to the last vote and this one. I feel I can speak to them both at the same time. The reality is both of them have extreme passion for sport and community, but they also have incredible resumes with respect to those particular fields as well. And it is not a personal vote in any way, shape or form, and particularly with respect to me, I just see that the fact that Councillor Madsen has had the experience on council and knows with respect to the workings of council and how best to take that passion forward is in his favour. And I believe that given the opportunity as the Deputy Chair, Councillor Augustine will be able to take both their passions together to deliver what they want to deliver. Remembering, of course, it's not just sport, it's sport and, it is community and sport. So it is a multifaceted portfolio. And furthermore, these decisions aren't cemented for 4 years. We can always revisit these in future time, and if need be, during the term, if there are additional responsibilities that may come to council that may need allocation to a councillor in a separate committee.
Thank you. Just as a point of order, can I just ask the gallery to be silent while we go through this? There's a lot that we're trying to discuss the future of our setting up, so I ask if the public could be silent. I know I can't hear everything that's there, but I believe that the councillors can hear other things that I can't hear, so I just ask if they could be silent. Thank you. Please, I've never had to eject anyone, but please, I ask that the gallery is silent. Thank you, Councillor Neely. Deputy Mayor, as the seconder, do you wish to speak to that nomination as well?
I just concur with Councillor Antonelli and know that we all participate on these committees if we want to as councillors, and then these items do come up into our ordinary, and there is the requirement for lead options in the terms of reference as well. That is new to this term, and I just think there's opportunity for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Yes, Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I would just like to note the record, and I do note Councillor Antonelli has only just touched on this, but this morning I've heard a lot of talk about sport. As somebody who is now over 50, I'd like to remind everybody that the portfolio does include community, which includes a big number of seniors in our community. And certainly a number of us attended a meeting on Monday with the much-loved 60 and Better group. So this portfolio is a lot more than just sport, and I sincerely hope the focus is spread equitably across the portfolio.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Any other discussion? No. Councillor Taylor, I think anyone spoke against it. Do you wish to write a reply?
Yeah, look, I'd just like to take the opportunity to thank the Deputy Mayor for helping to facilitate the discussions in relation to committees during the last few weeks. So I'll just put that on record if I may.
Can I just speak to one?
We can't. I'm sorry, that's a right of reply, so we have to go straight to...
Look, I'm more than happy
it's
to
the right,
allow it.
I'm going to follow meeting procedures. That's a right of reply, so we go straight to the vote. So those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. It's Councillor Madsen, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Tully, Councillor Doyle, Councillor Antonelli, Councillor Cullen and Councillor Madden. Those against, myself. And those abstaining, thank you, Councillor Augustine. We now move on to the members of this committee, and I know traditionally we've always said if anyone wants to join it, they can. Under the terms of reference, which will be coming up next, the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor will be on each committee. Under the Local Government Act, the Mayor is automatically entitled to be on each committee as well. So I just ask, I call from the floor, in order for me to proceed with this matter, if I could have a raise of hands of those who'd like to be on the Community and Sport Committee. So I see Councillor Antonelli and Councillor Madden. You're already on the Councillor Augustine as the Deputy.
Yeah, point of order, Mayor. We haven't appointed a deputy chairperson.
My apologies. I'm jumping ahead. My apologies. I've already written it down in my notes. That's why. Thank you for that. Then in that case, I'll move that that Councillor Augustine is the Deputy Chair of the Community and Sports Committee. Do I have a seconder for that? I think Councillor Antonelli had his hand. Oh, sorry. Councillor Madsen, his hand up. He'll second that. Any discussion on that?
Yeah, I'd like to discuss that just briefly, to just say that I very much would like Councillor Augustine to be my deputy. Not that it would be a deputy in any sort of hierarchical sense. I don't operate that way. Complete respect for her. I think we can accomplish great things together. And with the rest of the council, this is just an unfortunate part of politics where two people want the same things and sometimes it's put to a vote. But I'm confident from our work already in Division 1 that we'll make a great team and we'll achieve some good things together.
Thanks, Councillor Madsen. Councillor Augustine?
Just a point of order through you, that to the CEO, that I think the deputy is drawn from the members of the committee, like the mayor could be, but I appoint someone as a deputy, the deputy chair of that committee. I think they should be also included as the member, one of the members of the committee, to make that clear. Like you got yourself ex officio, and you've Councillor Jonik as the deputy, are members of the committee. Yeah. But I think we should follow the procedure which has happened in the past, that the deputy of the committee is drawn from the membership of the committee. It's sort of implied if you're appointing them as a
well, if I could just say this, Councillor Taylor, I think that, and I take your point on what you're suggesting is rather than decide it today, we decide it at a committee. Is that what you're saying?
No. The membership's decided and then the deputy's decided today.
Yes.
As we're entitled to do.
Yes. Yeah, isn't that what we're doing? We're now deciding who's going to be the deputy.
Yeah, but when it comes to the membership, I think we should make it clear that Councillor Augustine, even if she's appointed as a deputy, is also included as a member.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Augustine.
I just wanted to put it on the record of all the discussion. Sorry, Deputy Mayor, I've never had a discussion with you in relation to the sports chair. So you did say that we had so I just wanted to put on the record that I've never had a discussion with you in relation to the sports chair, about other things, but not that.
Okay. So I guess any other discussion on that?
Just to note that I've organised councillor elected rep collective groups so we can discuss it together, so that people's objectives and passions and opinions are shared amongst a group. That was my intention, to bring us together. So maybe not one-on-one, but I try to avoid one-on-one conversations wherever possible.
Thank you. I'm just looking at who moved in a second. Thank you.
I just reckon that this is going to be a great team. Sporting or otherwise, community or otherwise. We've got a great front row with these pair, and, they're going to drive the miles for us in that portfolio.
So I've got here in the notes here that Councillor Augustine moved that. I thought I moved it. Sorry? Yeah. Yeah, I moved that, so if we could change that, yep. So as the move, I don't have any other right to reply, so I'll move to the vote. For those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. Thank you. We'll now go on to the members, and I note our in-house lawyer, Councillor Tully, noting that we'll put the members forward, myself, the Deputy Mayor, obviously Councillor Augustine, Councillor Antonelli and Councillor Madden. Sorry, Mayor, could you read that? Yeah, so myself, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Augustine, Councillor Antonelli and Councillor Madden. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Tully. Any discussion? No, I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. I'm going to have to call for a comfort break, if I may. Can I go over an adjournment for 10 minutes? So it's 11:31. I ask you to come back at 11:41. I put that to the vote, please. It's unanimous and carried. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back from that adjournment. It's now 11:42. We have quite a few people in the public gallery. I just need to let you know that at any time I may direct persons who are properly present to withdraw immediately in accordance with clause 12.1.3 of the Council's meeting procedures. So I do ask for people to keep their noise, to be silent in here. It's just like when you go to the state or federal parliament, I ask you to give respect to the council and to keep silent, please. We haven't had to remove anyone before. I'd love that if we could just proceed in an open professional way. Thank you. Except for sneezes. Bless you. We'll now move on to the next committee, which is and looking at the chair, and it's the chair of the Economic and Cultural Development Committee. I guess I call for someone to chair that.
I'll move Councillor Doyle be appointed as chair of that committee.
Councillor Doyle?
And thank you, Mayor. No, thank you, Councillor Tully, but yeah, we'll foreshadow Councillor Pye Augustine.
Okay, so she has said no, so the motion is that Councillor Augustine would be the chair of that. Do we have a seconder for that? I'm happy to second that. Yes, Councillor. So we're looking at the chair of the Economic and Cultural Development. I guess Councillor Doyle, as the mover, do you wish to speak to that?
The appointment of Councillor Augustine?
Yes.
Very supportive of Councillor Augustine taking the chair for economic development. Believe she is very capable and experienced, not only within the community and sports sphere, but also around economic development. So I think she will make a great chair, and given the outcome on sport and culture, this is a great opportunity. She's obviously very passionate about chairing and leading a portfolio. So this is a great opportunity and compromise as I see it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Augustine, do you wish to speak to this at all?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Doyle, for nominating. For me, I think I could bring some experience in this portfolio, especially with the Olympic and Paralympic Games advocacy, with my sporting background. But I also, through the campaign, I campaigned and got a lot of knowledge around the tourism destination of Ipswich, and I think that's very important for our economy. Being able to get onto Queensland Tourism's website with a lot more of our events brings revenue into our city. Going to a couple of the community meetings and talking to organisations, they were a little bit feel like they've been let down, that they're not on Queensland Tourism's website, and that's where when you come to a city, you look to see what you can do, and that's something that I would really love to be passionate about, to be able to bring to Ipswich.
Thank you. I'll open for other discussion. In that case, I put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. So it's unanimous except for Councillor Antonelli. Those against? Those abstaining? So which way do you vote, Councillor Antonelli? No, so I have to have, so under the, I have to have, so you're abstaining? Yes. Thank you very much. So that's carried, thank you. We'll now move on to the Deputy Chair of the Economic and Cultural Development Committee. And I think, Deputy Mayor, were you going to?
I'd like to move the Deputy Chair be Councillor David Cullen.
Thank you. I'm happy to second that. Do you wish to speak to that, Deputy Mayor, as the mover?
Just briefly in relation again to his background, like Councillor Augustine shared, his business skills and connections throughout the city with enterprise. I think it's a really good fit based on skills and diversity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cullen, do you wish to speak to that nomination?
I'd just be honoured to do that. I think I've got some good skills, and I think Pi and I'll do a really good job, hopefully. I guess everyone will tell us if we don't. They already do. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other discussion? Yes, Councillor Madsen.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak in support of Councillor Cullen having this role. Entire time I've known him, he's always been thinking about how to make Ipswich the best it can be and take economic opportunities that perhaps we haven't in the past. And it's about people getting employed and having a good life here and having the good opportunities he's had here. He's a beautiful soul in that regard, and his passion for Ipswich will serve us well.
Thank you, Councillor Madsen. Any other discussion? No? In that case, I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. And it's unanimous and carried. Thank you. We'll now look at members of that committee. Obviously, Councillor Augustine, Councillor Cullen, myself and the Deputy Mayor are members. Is there anyone else who'd like to join that committee? Thank you, Councillor Antonelli. No one else? Okay, I'll just wait for Vicky to put that up. So I'll move those 5 names. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Tully. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. Thank you. Environment and sustainability. We're now looking at the chair for that. I know, Deputy Mayor, you were keeping the book on that. Who would you like to nominate for that?
Can I move chair for environment and sustainability be Councillor Madden?
Thank you. I'll just double check that you're okay with that, Councillor Madden. Yeah, thank you.
Second.
And do I have a seconder for that, Councillor Antonelli? Thank you. Deputy, do you wish to speak to that?
Again, just briefly, during the short term that I have known Councillor Madden, I've picked up his interests in fauna and flora and rabbits and trees and everything in between. And so I think it's a great portfolio for him to lead there in that committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Madden, do you wish to speak to the nomination?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. Of the 4 committees, I think this is the one that fits best with my qualifications and experience. That's experience as a councillor with Somerset Regional Council, 9 years in State Parliament, but also my academic qualifications in agriculture and law. And during my time in State Parliament, I served on a wide variety of committees, but they dealt with the portfolios, many of the portfolios that are listed with this committee, including biosecurity, pest animals and their control, as well as horticultural aspects, Mayor. So I think this committee is a good fit for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on Councillor Madden chairing this? Okay, I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. For Deputy Chair, I'm not sure if anyone had put their hand up for that. Is it vacant at the moment? No?
Move
Mayor,
that, Councillor Antonelli. Oh, sorry.
You put it. So you nominate. So Deputy, you nominate Councillor Antonelli. Thank you.
No, sorry,
I would like to nominate Councillor Antonelli for Deputy Chair of Environment and Sustainability, Mayor. Thank you.
I'll just check if Councillor Antonelli would be happy to accept the nomination. If I could. He did say yes. I know the microphone's not on, but.
Yes, I did. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I think we'll have a seconder for that, Councillor Madden. Thank you. Deputy Mayor, do you wish to speak to that?
Not necessarily, just think that's a good fit in relation to the Environment and Sustainability Committee. I know we're in good hands with Jim when it comes to these things, and I think that I look forward to the reports and the way forward with that leadership team. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Madden, do you wish to, as a seconder, do you wish to speak to that nomination? Or?
Only to say that I think Councillor Antonelli, we're talking about the Deputy Chair's appointment, he has an extensive experience in council, and I'd welcome him as the Deputy Chair of the committee.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor, would you you like to speak to the nomination? Okay. Any other discussion? I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. Thank you. We'll now go to the Finance and Governance. Members, my apologies. Okay, so the members obviously are Councillor Madden, Councillor Jelly, myself and the Deputy Mayor. Would anyone else like to be part of this committee? Yes, Councillor Augustine. Thank you. You already... Maybe you're hoping to vote twice, Councillor Jelly. Anyone else? No? Okay, I'll put forward... As an amendment, yep. So it's obviously the Chair, Councillor Madden, the Deputy Chair, Councillor Antonelli, myself, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Augustine and Councillor Madsen. That'd be 6. Super Committee. Thank you. I'll move those 6 names. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Madden. Councillor Madden, yep. Any discussion? Nope, I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. We'll now move on to the Finance and Governance Committee. And Deputy Mayor, do you have a nomination for that, Chair?
I do. I have a nomination for Chair for Councillor Tully for the Finance and Governance Committee, Mayor.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Antonelli. Do you wish to speak to that, Deputy Mayor?
I think that in relation to the experience that Councillor Tully has when it comes to governance and the local laws and regulatory services and the in-depth counsel that he will be able to provide on the review, in particular for those local laws. I think that close eye is necessary with these matters. I am an accountant. I gloss over some words sometimes, but we all get our strengths and weaknesses, and I see that strength in Councillor Tully to make the correct amendments to those local laws and regulations.
Thank you. Councillor, do you wish to speak to the seconding?
Yeah, just concur with the Deputy Mayor on her comments, but also just reiterate that I recall that when I was first elected in 2000, I think that Councillor Tully had a very similar committee chair at that time, so perhaps it's a case of history repeating.
Thank you. Councillor, do you wish to speak to your nomination?
Not really, except to say that I'd be honoured to do that. There's a lot of elements to that and the responsibility with it, but I'd do my best to champion those particular issues which cover many parts of some of those areas cover all the parts of the council, so I'd be happy to do that job.
Thank you. Any other discussion? I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. We'll now move on to the Deputy Chair. And Deputy Mayor, do you have a nomination for that?
I would like to nominate Councillor Madsen as Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Do a second, Councillor Tully? Thank you. Thank you. Do you wish to speak to that, Deputy Mayor?
Briefly, again, having worked with Councillor Madsen for a while and understanding his passions, including his degree in commerce and his, love of detail, I think it's a great fit. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tully, do you wish to speak to it as well, as the seconder?
Just to support that, I think after the 4 years that Councillor Madsen has spent getting a broad experience within this council, that he would bring to that committee a wealth of knowledge and the opportunity for that committee to be functioning well during the next 4 years.
Thank you. And Councillor Madsen, do you wish to speak to the nomination?
I'm happy to accept the nomination, given I've chaired governance and transparency for the last 4 years. There's probably a fair few things that are still underway, and it'll be good to still be involved in that regard. Wasn't expecting to be nominated this morning, but I do understand that I'm well placed amongst councillors to be a secondary leadership role there. So looking forward to working with you on that. like this is some of the stuff that isn't particularly glamorous. Like there's no photos in the paper on this stuff, but it's council's bottom line. This is the committee that creates the opportunities for all others. You know, I think we're well placed if we put a lot of focus into that. Finances cannot be ignored in local government; they just can't. So I'm hopeful that we see a very large number of members, perhaps the largest committee in terms of membership, given its importance. But I'll leave that to all of you to decide.
Thanks, Councillor.
If there's not much media, maybe Councillor Tully might rethink his nomination.
Okay. Any other comments, discussion? Thank you. In that case, I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Now to the membership of this committee. Obviously, it's Councillor Tully as the chair, Councillor Mads as the deputy chair, myself and the deputy mayor. Would anyone else like to join this committee? Thank you, Councillor Tully. Anyone else? No. Thank you very much. So there's 5 names there. No, deputy mayor. Yeah, sorry, Councillor Antonelli. Deputy mayor twice. Yeah. Councillor Antonelli. Thank you. So I'll move those 5 members. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any discussion? Yes, Councillor Madsen.
I'm not like going to be a broken record, but the local law reviews that come up in this term, if you haven't been put forward as a member, please engage with that. It's a very important piece of work. I've heard many stories from Councillor Tully about previous debate on where you can and can't fillet a fish in the Ipswich city limits. I've got my own views on poultry regulation. It's something that at times can sound a bit ridiculous, but it does affect people and it has health consequences. So like really, as much feedback as we can possibly get would be amazing.
Thank you, Councillor Madsen. I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. Thank you. We now move on to the final committee, which is the Infrastructure Planning and Assets Committee. And Deputy Mayor, do we have a nomination for chair for that? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you. Councillor Mayor, do you wish to speak to the moving it?
Thanks, Mayor. This committee has a broad range of portfolios, and I believe that with Councillor Antonelli's extensive experience as a councillor and in business, he fits well with this portfolio, and those particular areas are infrastructure planning and assets and fleet, and I believe that he would be of great assistance as chair of this committee.
Thank you, Councillor Madden. Deputy Mayor, is the seconder, do you wish to speak to that?
I just concur with Councillor Madden. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tilly, would you wish to speak to the nomination?
Oh yeah, I'd like to thank my fellow councillors for their nomination and trust in this committee. It is diverse, extremely diverse, and I am looking forward to working through this committee. Thank you.
And you got cats and dogs again? Yes. Okay. Any other discussion? I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. That's unanimous and carried. Thank you. We're now looking at the deputy chair of this. Deputy Mayor, is there a nomination for the deputy chair? Oh, sorry.
Yes. I'd like to nominate Councillor Tully as deputy chair of this committee. As I said, this is a very...
Thank you. Sorry, I have to wait for a seconder first. Sorry, do I have a seconder? Sorry. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Okay. Thank you. Yes, now Councillor Madden, yes.
As I said with my nomination of Councillor Antonelli as chair, this is an extremely broad range of portfolios, and I believe that Councillor Tully, with his extensive experience with council, will be of great assets as deputy chair of this committee.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, do you wish to speak to it as well?
Concur again with Councillor Madden. Thank you.
Councillor Tully, do you wish to speak to the nomination?
No, I would not think I was the deputy during the last term.
Yes.
Very similar committee. I'd be happy to do that again.
Thank you. Any other discussion? I'll put the matter to vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. Thank you. Now we're looking at the members of this committee. So it's obviously Councillor Antonelli, Councillor Tully, myself, the Deputy Mayor, and anyone else would like to be on that. So Councillor Cullen, Councillor Madden. Anyone else? No? I'll move those 6 names. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any discussion? No, I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. That's unanimous and carried. Thank you. We go to item D, which is the Ipswich City Council Standing Committees. Now that we have the committee structure there, we have the terms of reference in attachment 1 to reflect the resolutions of A, B and C. Note that that will obviously contain the names of as voted today. So I'll move recommendation D. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Antonelli. Any discussion? No, I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. We have a recommendation E here, but I did get, I think just as I was walking in, something from you, Councillor Antonelli, with I think changing the order. I don't know if everyone else has received this. I don't have a...
Yeah, I have circulated the amendment
circulated?
that you have there. It's just a reordering of the time, just to suit certain persons and their committee membership.
Sure.
Just before we sort of vote on that, I think there's a couple of amendments required. We changed the first committee listed there to infrastructure planning and assets.
Okay.
And then that wording appears in the next, the next about, when the next meeting's going to, so, there.
Okay.
And there's one other I spotted over the page, down the bottom, the economic and cultural development.
Yes.
On the bottom of the page, and over the page, in that second column, it should be economic and cultural development.
Yes.
Again. So I haven't moved that, but I presume Councillor Antonelli.
Yeah, I'm happy to accept those amendments.
Those changes there, yeah.
So I just want to check if did you receive the suggested amendment? Okay, so I'll if you just give the Secretariat some time just to update what's coming up so you can see what you're voting on. That looks good to me. Councillor Tully, looks... That looks correct to me. Councillor Tully, are you happy with that?
Yeah, that looks like it looks right.
Thank you. So I'm happy to accept the that's going forward. So can I just ask you, Ms. Price, to sit? No, there's no commentary from the gallery. I can't hear. I'm going to now ask, in accordance with clause 12.15, Council's meeting procedure, I ask you to leave the chambers for the duration of the meeting during your inappropriate behaviour. So I move that recommendation E, as is shown on the screen, that the committee meeting dates and times for 2024 be adopted as detailed in the table, as you can see on your screen. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any discussion on that? No. I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. Thank you. The last one of this is recommendation F, and that is the Chief Executive Officer, in consultation with the Mayor, Deputy Mayor and all councillors, be authorised to amend the committee meeting dates and times if required, with notification of any amendment in accordance with the section of 254B4. There are times, sometimes where something might come up, we may have a visit from a VIP or something in particular happens and that can't change, and that does give us as council to make a decision to move that with the proper notices in accordance with the local government regulations. So I'll move recommendation F. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Anyone wish to speak to it? I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. Thank you very much. I note that it's now after 12, so I'm going to call for an adjournment. It's 12:09 to come back at 1:09, and we'll then commence with 16.1. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Ordinary Council meeting for the 23rd of May, 2024. We've just come back from a lunch break and it's 1:09 p.m. We're up to item 16.1, which is the CEO Organisational Performance Report for February, March and April for 2024. Does anyone have any questions they'd like to ask the CEO on this report? No? In that case, I will move that. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Deputy Mayor. In speaking to this, it's been a busy few months, and obviously this report's showing the time since the election as well. So it's in a busy few months. You can see in the report supporting onboarding this new term of council. There's been a lot of work going on to ensure everyone is brought up to speed on council matters, on council policies, and how local governments work in Queensland. It's also good to see the Bell Street overpass come down, and we will continue to work with the state government to progress the changing face of Bell Street to create a safe and welcoming entrance to our beautiful CBD. I also note the annual Ipswich Library Survey is now up on Shape Your Ipswich, so I would encourage the community to let us know how we can improve our services. I note that usually the most common feedback is people want it open longer hours, so it's great to see they like to use our libraries. It's good to see community consultations about to open up on the preliminary design of the revitalisation of Darcy Doyle Place, and I look forward to that community feedback there. I note too that it's pleasing that we have been successful in acquiring a grant that will allow us to honour Ash Barty's achievements in tennis with a new playground at Brookwater. We will also receive funding to upgrade Discover Ipswich, I think the website, and create an exploring top of town QR trail. And I know, Deputy Mayor, you're very keen on QR codes for tourism, and a Tourist in Your Own Town campaign. It's great to see that we've received $300,000 for additional cameras to beef up our disaster monitoring camera network. It's really good to see that we've now submitted detailed applications to the state and the federal government for the City Deal, the South East Queensland City Deal Livability Fund for new sporting fields and facilities at the Redback Plains Rec Reserve and Tivoli Sporting Complex. I'll open up for any other discussion. No, in that case, I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. Thank you. We now move on to item 16.2, and it's the Q3 Annual Plan 2023-2024 Quarterly Performance Report. Does anyone have any questions of the relevant council officers? No? So I'll move this. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Doyle. I'm speaking to this. Since the last quarterly report, I see Council has added a new story to the Transparency Integrity Hub so people can see dashboards that measure Council's core business services. You can see the first and second quarter dashboards on there now, and it gives I think, quite a good visual presentation of the activities Council's undertaking, including maintenance of roads, collection of waste, operation of our city's libraries, assessing development applications and more. I'd like to highlight something we've had in plan for some time, that the highlight of the on-demand curbside large item collection, which launched on the 29th of January. It's a free and flexible service that allows residents to order curbside collection at their convenience rather than have to wait every 2 years. So far I can see that more than 4,000 bags have already been utilised by the community. I'll open up for any other discussion. There be none, I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. It's unanimous and carried. The next matter is 16.3, the quarterly report to the Department of Housing, Local Government, Planning and Public Works. And the recommendation is that Council approve the draft letter to the Director-General of the Department of Housing, Local Government, Planning and Public Works containing to the report for the period January to March 2024, set out in attachment 1. Would anyone like to ask any questions? Okay, so I will move it. Also,
yes, if I may, just the acronym EPMO.
Through you, Chair, the Enterprise Program Management Office. It's an internal team.
Thank you. But a note, obviously, with acronyms. Thank you. I will move that. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I guess just seeking that, I see that this is probably, we're seeking permission from the department to see if this is the final one, because we've been doing that as we came out of administration. So we'll see what the DG says on that. Any other discussion? No, we'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. (16.4) is the Nicholas Street Precinct April 2024 Retail Sub-Project Steering Committee report. And that recommendation is that the April 2024 Retail Sub-Project Steering Committee report be received and the contents noted. Does anyone have any questions of the relevant council officer on this? No. In that case, I'll move this. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Any discussion? I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. 16.5 is the Nicholas Street Precinct Review Building Contract. Sorry, Nicholas Street Precinct Venue Building Contract Review. Does anyone have any questions of the relevant council officer? Actually, I do. Probably Mr. Smith, if I may.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Councillors. Matt Smith, General Manager, Corporate Services.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I'll probably ask the two questions I did when we were all briefed. As part of this review, was there any evidence of any misconduct or corruption in this at all?
No, Mayor, no evidence that we found through our review.
Okay. The other question is, based on that, if would it have cost less or more if we knew information earlier or things were actioned earlier?
Mayor, honestly, I would be speculating, but from my opinion and my experience, the costs that we've incurred would be costs that we would have had to incur regardless of our approach. The work that's had to be completed as a result of this was work that council would have need to have been completed. I suspect the cost wouldn't have materially changed for that works.
Right. Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions of Mr. Smith?
Yeah, if I might ask.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, through the chair. Or through the mayor. So obviously there were some matters that arose through the review that showed that there was negligence, might not be the right word, might be too strong a word, but there's sort of,
yes,
in hindsight, we could have done better in many aspects of that particular process, correct?
I think, Councillor, certainly not negligence, an opportunity, and it's something we always do at the end of any significant project. We'll always undertake a post-implementation review to understand those continuous improvement opportunities. I think in this case there was, and we've certainly taken up the opportunity to tighten up some of our governance arrangements around that and recording of key decisions in a single register to ensure that we've got a reference point if we need to refer back to those in the future.
Any other? Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
I'll move this matter. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Doyle. Would anyone like to speak to this matter?
Just thank the team for, delivering this report and its recommendations to, move forward and improve processes, however be it. And that's what we're here to do.
Yep.
There's a lot of work in there. So thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. That's unanimous and carried. Item 16.6 is a new lease over freehold land at 138 Old Ipswich Road, Riverview. The recommendation is looking at entering into a lease agreement, basically a peppercorn rent for 10 years as per the resolution. Would anyone like to ask the relevant council officer any questions? No? In that case, I'll move this recommendation. Sorry, I'll move recommendation A and B. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Augustine. I guess in speaking to this, I'm very pleased to see that the council and community have been able to work together to find solution for grumpy grandpas, hopefully today. Grumpy Grandpas is a woodworking carpentry community group that enjoy woodwork, have also welcomed disability services for respite and provide mentoring and challenging youth as well, and teaching them manual woodwork. They'll be putting their tools to good use immediately to build a new shed and shared toilets. So it's, if it gets up today. I'll have any other discussion. No, I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. Item 16.7 is the renewal of lease of trust land located at 11 Merle Finnemore Avenue, most commonly known as the Queen's Park Cafe. Does anyone have any questions of the relevant council officer on this matter? No? In that case, I will move recommendations A through to D. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Cullen. Almost lapsed. Thank you. Any discussion? No, I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. So that's everyone except Councillor Antonelli who raised their hand. Also, okay, that's unanimous and carried. Thank you. Next item is 16.8, which is the renewal of expenditure of lease over freehold land located at 31 to 33 Briggs Road, Ipswich, for storage purposes, shed 4A. Would anyone like to ask the relevant council officer any questions? Yes, you would like to? In what relation to the lease or the...
No, it just, the question was pertaining to finding another location. It says in here the council will be investigating a more suitable location for the portfolio during the term of the lease.
Okay, so would you like to speak to the person that will be heading that up?
Yeah, please, yeah.
Is that person here? I think Mr Smith's coming back.
Matt Smith, General Manager, Corporate Services.
Hello, Matt.
Councillor Cullen, part of the one of the initiatives we're undertaking at the moment as part of assessing all of the available land and space that Council currently hold is to look at further storage options. The nature of the time limit on this lease is to give us some opportunity around investigating some of those possible options that we might have within our own council facilities. There is some specialist storage requirements here. We need to ascertain that we've got the right space with the right capability, but that's certainly something we're undertaking with a view to looking to be able to bring some of this back in-house in the future.
Yeah, I was just wondering whether or not we needed 2 years to do that, depending on what facilities that the council already own that are probably empty. Again, I don't know the asset register, so I haven't seen any of that.
Yeah, the challenge is some of the spaces may not be empty, and we'll need to do some work on those spaces to bring it up to the specific requirements of this storage. So 2 years gives us an opportunity to make sure we've got enough time to do that rather than getting caught short and having to extend later on.
No problems. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions of Mr Smith? Thank you.
Thanks.
So I'll move recommendations A through to C. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Any discussion on that? I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. Item 16.9 is on freehold and trustee leases over land owned or managed by council due for expiry by to 30th of June 2025. This report is just a report be received and the contents noted. Does anyone have any questions on this report? You do?
Just
Yes.
one, thank you.
What's it in regard to, so we can find the...
Perhaps the Property Services Department, just in relation to the lease expiries.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Alicia Reid, Property Services Manager.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Ms Speaker. Just in relation to the freehold leases on page 285 and their expiry dates, is there, a lot of them have lapsed and there's no option of renewal there that I can see. Is that being managed?
Yeah, depending on the individual circumstances, there has been continued occupation in some of the facilities while we work through the issues internally.
Right.
So depending on which particular matter we're talking about, we would have to address that on a case-by-case basis. But the list is that we're working, this is the progress that we're working on this year to resolve.
Amazing. Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Yes.
I just wanted to ask about one particular lease. It's the lease in John Street in Rosewood, currently leased to Carruthers Lawyers.
Yes.
Have we received any notification that they may not wish to renew the lease?
Not at this point in time, but we will be working with them. That is also a part of a bigger lot of land. So we were just looking at, because there's the actual car park included in that lot as well. So we've been investigating what is actually going to be ultimate future use for that lot. Thanks.
No other questions? Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Appreciate that. So I move that this report be received and the contents noted. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Cullen. Any discussion? No, I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. $16.10 is the event sponsorship. 2024 Gulf Western Oil Winter Nats. And the recommendation is that the Willowbank Raceway receive $35,000 ex-GST financial support for the Gulf Western Oil Winter Nats 2024. Would anyone like to speak to the relevant council officer on this? Yes, thank you. In regards, I think Ms Gregory's coming. Thank you.
Is the officer coming? I'll wait for the officer, do I? Yep.
Yes.
Afternoon, Carly Gregory, Manager of Marketing and Promotions.
Hi,
Councillor
Kelly, how are you? Can I just ask, and I mean, I guess I'm just trying to get a bit of a historical context on this, the amount that we've come to for 35,000, by comparison to other major events that we have, is it the same standard amount that we give, let's say, to the Turf Club with the Ipswich Cup, or is there a different formula that's applied?
So obviously each application is individual, case by case, so it depends on what they apply for and then the economic benefit. So these are all panel assessed through Smarty grants,
Right.
with a clear criteria, you know what I mean, and ranked according to their application. This one historically has been around the 30 to 35K, if I remember correctly. I've only been here since 2018. There is a historical kind of summary within the report. If I remember correctly, Ipswich Cup around 30,000, I think if my memory serves me correct. But, you know, different economic benefit deliver different things for the city.
So is there an actual formula that comes to that amount?
There's absolutely a criteria and an
Right.
assessment, yes,
Okay.
based on that delivery. That can depend on attendees from outside the region, bed nights, all of those kind of things. It's not just straight attendees or those kind of things. For all of our major events, if not every year, every couple or 3 years, we actually work with IER to produce an event impact report. They're the preferred supplier of people like Tourism Events Queensland, so it's all data driven. We're not just going off just what we get in an application as well.
So the amount that was applied for, was it actually 35 that was applied for?
I'm pretty sure in this case they asked for 35 and we delivered 35,000.
Yeah, there just isn't as much supporting material, I guess, that's why I asked the question. So, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Nope. I'll move this recommendation. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Speaking to it, the Winter Nats have been part of our city for nearly 4 decades and are the cornerstone of the region's month-long Festival of Horsepower that we're having in June. As the final round of the National Drag Racing Championships, the Winter Nats has grown from a single-day event to a 4-day family-friendly event, featuring top fuel and nitro funny cars, entertainment and opportunities to meet the competitor teams. Last year we had more than 16,500 people come and spectate, which gives our local economy a boost of around $3 million. It also helps us to build our reputation as a leading event destination in Queensland. I'm very happy to support this recommendation. I don't know, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Cullen, I know you're very passionate about motorsports as well. I don't know if you wish to speak to it as well.
I'd just like to say that it's certainly the largest drag racing event outside of America, so I think we should be proud and embrace it, yep.
Thank you, Councillor Cullen.
Here.
Any other discussion? I'll put those to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. Thank you. And item 16.11, event sponsorship again for CMC Rocks 2026. And the recommendation is that Council extend the current major event sponsorship contract with CMC Rocks Proprietary Limited for an additional year to 2026. I just highlight that whilst the previous one had the dollar amount in this is commercial in confidence, I ask for you not to discuss it. If you do wish to, we'll go into closed session. Would anyone like to ask the relevant council officer any questions on this?
Yes, Mayor, if I could.
Yes. Thank you, Ms Gregory.
Sorry, I should have stopped you. That's all right.
Carly Gregory, Manager of Marketing and Promotions.
Councillor Augustine.
Thanks, Carly. With the previous sponsorship, we had some benefits listed, branding of Ipswich City. I just couldn't see it. My eyes are a bit crooked from reading all of this. I don't know if I've missed it, but I'm just seeing in here, what are our benefits?
All the benefits that are currently in agreement would remain moving forward, correct.
So we just have to look at the...
Yeah, and I think it's really important to note that CMC got a new festival director for the 2024 event. So we've been working with her for around 18 months, Kat Holloway. And I definitely think she was, not that we haven't had a great benefits and a great relationship, but I think you know, they've really spent time getting to know us as a key partner and delivering on that even more, especially in the destination space. We've had a review meeting with some great plans. They had some great attendees from both New Zealand and America this year in the music industry, and thinking how we can develop that more for our destination, which is really exciting. So I would say that the benefits will be extended.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? I'll move this recommendation. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Cullen. I guess in speaking to this, I also note, with great support from the state government with the Tourism Events Queensland, we've traditionally had just a year-by-year agreement. This is a new 2-year deal for them to support it as well. So that's great to see that partnership and them also seeing the importance of this particular event. And I know that CMC Rocks always praise the council whenever we go out there, and I thank the council team for working so well with them and accommodating them as well. Thank you. Any other discussion? Put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. Move on to item 16.12, the Community and Funding Support Allocation Status Report for the 1st of January to the 31st of March 2024, and the recommendations that report concerning the allocation of Council's community funding that's already been paid out from January to March and be received in the contents noted. Does anyone have any questions of the relevant council officers on this? No, in that case, I'll move this report. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Speaking to this, it's a great pleasure to be able to support community groups with funding so that they can have the resources that they need to build capacity or to implement solutions tailored to their community's specific needs. For example, we're able to support 4 groups with more than $17,500 for the 2024 Anzac Day services and marches. Not only did we provide 30 applicants with more than $87,400 in funding the last quarter, but we also held grant writing workshops to ensure service providers, community groups and others have been able to confidently apply for funding. Supporting community groups is an investment in the wellbeing and resilience of our community. So it's very good to see. Any other comments or discussion? I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. Sorry. I thought I put yes. I'll just call the vote again, just so I can see it. Those supporting, put your hand up. So it's everyone bar Councillor Madden. Those against, 0. Those abstaining, thank you, Councillor Madden. Next one is 16.13, which is the Road Maintenance Performance Contract, commonly called RMPC. The contract 29, 30 and 31 financial, and for financial years 24-25 and 25-26. And there are 2 recommendations there for Council to enter into a contract to provide these services for TMR at the cost to us of just over $8 million over a 2-year period. Would anyone like to ask the council officers any questions on this? No? In that case, I will move recommendation A and B. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any discussion? No. In that case, I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. It's unanimous and carried. We now jump. At the beginning we changed the order. We're going to item 16.2, which is the Brisbane Lions Partnership Agreement. So pardon me while I change my folders as well. I do note that the agreement itself and the partnership benefits are confidential documents, so if anyone would like to go into those, I think I'll have to, I'm going to be putting an amendment that I told you about. We will have to go into closed session. Before that, are there any questions of the relevant council officers on this matter? No. In that case, I will move recommendations A through to D. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Augustine. Thank you very much. I would like to ask a question about, or the amendment that I've emailed you all. So I'm going to move that we go into closed session in accordance with section 254J3. And I'm just checking the clause here. G, which negotiations may to a commercial nature involving the local government, for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of local government. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Put that to the vote. Those in favour, raise your hand. Thank you. I'll just check. Councillor Madden, are you not voting? Yes. Unanimous. And we now go into closed session. Thank you. My apologies, my microphone was off. I'll say that again. Looking at adding something to recommendation B, so it's altered slightly. So recommendation B would be that pursuant to section 2301B of the local government regulations, council resolve to adopt the tender consideration plan to enter into a partnership agreement with the Brisbane Bears Fitzroy Football Club Limited to include the following provision replacing clause 5.4, and that is Brisbane Lions and the partner will deliver celebratory events within Ipswich after any major achievements or awards being won, subject to timings, other events and other activities at such time. So I was the mover of that, and I thank you, Councillor Tully, for assisting with the wording of that. Councillor, as the seconder, are you okay with that amendment as well? Okay. So in speaking to this, I think the Brisbane Lions are now well established at their home in Springfield Central at the Brighton Homes Arena, and we welcome this partnership. Well, I certainly welcome this partnership that will ultimately benefit the Ipswich community, and I think the Brisbane Lions as well. As the largest contributor, investing over $22 million into the elite AFLW home ground, I'm very pleased to see how our community has embraced the Lions. This region is the second largest Brisbane Lions fan base by postcode, with more than 331,000 people who have visited the Brighton Homes Arena to enjoy a mix of sporting events, community functions, the gym, cafe and wellness activities, such as even the Migrant and Refugee Support Hub with Multicultural Australia. What this partnership will do is provide opportunities for the Ipswich community. It will allow to expand on Council's successful Active and Healthy Ipswich program. They will work with us closely on our community development with social support and services at the facility with partners like Multicultural Australia. And we look forward to working more closely with the Brisbane Lions on some of the innovative pathway programs. We will also very much like the opportunity to celebrate with them at an Ipswich-based fan day the next time the mighty Lions AFLW team bring home another premiership, which is the reigning premiers. I'll open it up now for other discussion.
Just to note that, the partnership agreement with the council and the Lions, I see as a great feat in our path forward for the local residents and for our sporting community, those rising in the ranks as well. And their reported visitation to date of 313,000 guests to step foot in the Brighton Homes Arena is something to behold, especially because of the community association. They have ties with Multicultural Australia and they do some great work with local schools as well. I'm always seeing participation from the wider community. They're very welcoming. So I'm definitely supporting this recommendation for the partnership agreement and look forward to the fruits of it in the future.
Thank you, Deputy. Councillor Tully.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I certainly endorse that. I think it's a great outcome, and particularly identifying the extended partnership arrangement to ensure that the celebrations, and I hope there's many of them over years to come, are within the city of Ipswich. Even though they're called the Brisbane Lions, they've got a strong affinity now with our city at a fantastic stadium. I know it's only the women who play there. The Mayor have played, I think, exhibition games, and talking about that, I know it was obvious during the election campaign how many Logan City people come to Orion. Their kids study at schools in Ipswich. I was thinking perhaps we should approach the Logan City Council for our councillors and their councillors to have an exhibition match, perhaps 15 minutes each way, to show how good we are. You can do the kick-off or the throwdown or whatever they call it there, Pie. So it would be a pretty good match. I can't imagine all of us, including me, hobbling around the ground for even 2 minutes. But yeah, I put that challenge out to Logan. Let's meet them, on our own turf and see if we can have the inaugural Ipswich Logan Cup there at Brighton Homes Arena.
I wonder who Charis Muller will go for.
Through the chair, Councillor Tully, you can be Coach Tully for the day, yeah? Okay. Or Water Boy Tully.
Water Boy.
If I may, Mayor, it's actually called the opening bounce, Councillor Tully.
Yeah, I know that.
It's the opening bounce. And, yeah.
All positions open to you, Councillor Tully, except right wing.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Any other discussion on that? I put it to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. And I'd just like to note too that 2 representatives of Brisbane Lions were actually in the public gallery this morning. They stayed till lunchtime. They stayed all morning, but obviously things went a bit longer than expected. So I want to thank them for for showing that dedication and stopping and having a chat with us here as well. Item 16.14, which is the monthly financial performance report for February to March. And their recommendation is that the report on the Council's financial performance for the period ending the 29th of February 2024 and the 31st of March 2024, submitted in accordance with Section 204 of the Local Government Regulations, is considered and noted by Council. Does anyone have any questions of the relevant Council officers? No. In that case, I will move that recommendation. Do I have a seconder? Thank you. Councillor Augustine. Any discussion?
Just to be Mayor, noting this one is for the February. Yeah.
Very much. Sorry, can I just get I can't hear with the, so what was that, Deputy Mayor?
Sorry, because of our meeting today, we've got a few financial performance reports to go through, so that not being the most current, I guess, in our pack.
Thank you. In that case, I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried.
Mayor, could I just raise a very quick point, please? Last time there was a time last year where we jiggled things around, but on the agenda they were out of order, like it was like item 15 and then came 2 and 11, and I think Vicky can remember that. I don't think there's any problem in having them in the correct order, even though we've considered them in a different order. Otherwise, it's very hard for members of the public and ourselves to follow.
Yes, I think what happened with this, I might have it to the CEO, the numbering, we had some, I think, placeholders in there for reports, which were late, so they're numbering. I guess I'll...
And in this particular matter, I've put a placeholder, like a note at the bottom to say where those items were placed.
But they'll appear in the correct numerical sequence. Like item 24 will appear after 23.
So when it's published for the community to see, or is it published as a separate document?
Yeah, that's what I'm suggesting. Yeah. And then have that notation at the end, that it was considered after item 12 or 13 or 19 or whatever it was. Yeah, that's the other way of doing it. I think it's better to follow the numerical sequence.
Yep. So I might do those.
Because that's how the agenda appears.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Item 16.15, which is the monthly financial performance report for April 2024. And it's a report on the Council's financial performance, period ending the 30th of April. Does anyone have any questions of the relevant Council officer on this? No. In that case, I'll move this report. Do I have a seconder for the report? Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I'll open up for discussion.
Just general comments in relation to how things track towards the budget, but there's bits here and pieces there, but it all kind of tracks when you balance it out in the end. Obviously, it's really, really hard to budget given, changes in the economy and being, ahead of the game and what the year is to come. But we do a really good job in the finance team, even though there's movements up and down across all departments. The bottom line at the end of the day, the variance is quite close to what we've budgeted for and usually in a positive position. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? I'll put those to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. Item 16.16, the Queensland Audit Office 2024 First Interim Audit Report. And the recommendation is that the Queensland Audit Office 2024 Interim Audit Report, as detailed in Attachment 1, be received and contents noted. Does anyone have any questions of the relevant Council officer on this? No? In that case, I'll move this report. Do I have any second? Do I have a second? Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Open up for any discussion. No, I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. It's unanimous and carried. Thank you.
Okay, the next is 16.17. And it's the proposed fees and charges to apply from the 1st July 2024. We have a recommendation there for the proposed fees for the 2024-2025 fees and charges. I know we did some back in January, but this is the rest to come in from the 1st of July. Does anyone have any questions for the council officer? Yes? I think we've got 2 here. Thank you. 3. Thank you. So, may I ask for the relevant council officer to come to the lecture,
We'll need
please?
to know just the area.
Which
the
area
nature.
are you interested in so we can get the relevant council officer? Councillor Tonelli? Which part
Which
of the...
fee or
Which fee and
charge?
charge so we can get the relevant council officer?
Mayor,
Mine's waste. My question's waste. Waste charges.
And did...
Mayor, my question relates to key deposits.
Thank you.
Yeah. Shall we start with animal management? Yep.
So we do the animal management. We've got the animal management.
So if either Mr Davey or Ms Connaughton for animal management fees. Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon. My name is Alicia Connaughton, Manager for Compliance.
Thank you, Councillor Tonelli.
Have the registration renewals gone out for dog registration as yet?
There is a schedule. I do have it in my laptop, but I haven't committed it to memory, but there is an advertising schedule. I don't believe they've been sent yet.
Look, the question I have in relation to it, I note that across all the fees and charges, we've attempted to get somewhere around the 4%, 4.5% increase in fees. But I just wonder whether we noticed that that for the pensioners, we actually went up higher than that for dog registration. We went up over 5%, nearly 6%, 6% for de-sex dogs. So I just wondered whether we need to review that and whether we have time to review that because those renewals will be going out very soon.
I guess I'm just looking for a question for Ms Connaughton. Would the question more be around, was there a reason for the increase? For the pensioners is higher than the others?
Well, it's not so much, why we went to that amount, but
you haven't asked
if there's a reason, I'm happy to hear it.
Depending on what the charge is, sometimes the increase is applied to the pay after date, and I guess then when the discount is a flat discount of say $15, then it makes the actual fee look higher, and then the de-sexed or the discounted fee look lower. But it's because I guess it doesn't match up when there's a flat discount fee.
It might be beneficial if we bring the attachment up. It is attachment 2, page 33 of attachment 2. Yes, correct, yeah. So just while we're bringing that up, I just note, and I'm referring primarily to the pay by date fee.
So Councillor, well, what I'll say is if it's a discussion about the fees and what it'll be, that will be for us. I wouldn't have a council officer here, but if you have a direct question for the council officer.
Well, I mean, I guess who's the correct officer to ask the question to?
What's your question?
Well, the question is, we've tried to keep things at under 5%, at about 4 and a bit % for the fees, most fees, and in fact for for non-pensioners the fee has gone up 4.5%, but for pensioners it's gone up 5.75%.
So what's your question?
And 6.67%. So I just wonder whether there's been some reason for that. More importantly, are we aware that we're actually, we increased the pensioners' dog registration higher than we did, percentage-wise, than we did non-pensioners?
So I think the question is, what was the reasoning behind the different percentage change in the fee?
No specific, I guess, the same percentage was applied across the board, but then I guess at the end result, some of the fees do look different, and that's because of the discount that's applied and the pay by date. I believe, depending on what the pensioner fee was, last year pensioner fees for, I think, entire dogs weren't increased at all, so that could account for some of the percentage as well. But I might just seek some advice from, I was just discussing it previously with finance, so if I could seek some advice from them, that might be able to answer your question better.
Yeah, I think it's more of a finance question than, yeah.
I think it also depends if it's gone up every year or not as well. But
Well,
Mr. David, have you got some more information?
I do. So Brett Davey, General Manager, Planning and Regulatory Services. The renewals have not gone out, so just clarified that. They've been waiting on a decision on the fees. And I've had a look at the summary table. Probably what's more important is the increase rather than the percentage. So to look at the dollars of the increase rather than the percentage of increase there. Because obviously the amount of the fee payment required for pensioners compared to non-pensioner payments is different. So pensioners have a lower fee for registration. And so therefore, if you look at the actual increase in dollar terms, the increase is either for D-sex dogs, it's the same increase, $2. For entire dogs, it's a differential increase.
So,
yes, I recognise that. I see that the amount that it's increased is the same, $2 each. $2, whether it be a pensioner, or $2 increase for non-pensioners.
Yeah.
I just noticed that it's just a higher percentage. So I just want to...
Yeah, and you're talking a $2 increase over $47 as opposed to a $2 increase over $76. So there's still a substantial discount for pensioners, which is obviously the objective of the fee.
Correct.
And there's a flat increase to both pensioners and non-pensioner payments of just $2 for those fees.
Yeah, as I said, I noticed that it's only $2, but it was just that it was a higher percentage.
Yeah, yes, and of course it would be a higher percentage, but because $2 is a higher percentage of 47 in comparison to $2 of $76. I think maybe the question you're trying to get at is why wouldn't the increase for pensioners be less than the increase for non-pensioners? Would that be a...
Yeah.
I mean, so the alternative would be to not increase the pensioner cost, so that would be waiving that $2 change or applying a $1 change. Either way, it does make a difference across the budget.
That must have been you reading my mind, because that was something I was going to suggest if we were going to have an option.
Yeah, but look, we can always do those sorts of things. It just does come at a price, even though it's a $2 price or a $1 price or a complete waive. It's all, it can be somewhat material based upon our numbers of registrations.
thank you. Any other questions, Mr. David? Mr. Connaughton?
Well, I guess if the councillors are happy with it, I'm happy with it. But I just raised it, flagged it out of interest.
Yep. Thank you. Now, we had, I think Councillor Madden had some questions on keys.
Keys, yes.
Key
And,
fees. Mr. Anderson coming?
Might be a good idea to bring up the actual page so everyone knows what I'm talking about. With the document that was titled, "These papers contain confidential information attachments," it's page of that bundle of documents. It's page 274.
Good afternoon.
274, sorry, of 574 or 458?
It was a bundle of documents, and it was titled, "These papers contain confidential information." I mean, I can only, I know.
So what was the number? 3?
It's and this seems to be a different bundle of documents to the bundle of documents for the meeting.
Okay.
and I've been provided with them in 2 separate folders. And this one bundle of document begins with page 1 of 458, and the page I'm interested in is page 274 of 458.
So it's under attachment 1, which is other council services, and it's called the key deposits and key replacement.
Yep, that's it.
Yep. So of that one, it's page 117.
Yep, page, on my documents, it's page 274.
Yep.
Just wonder if it could come up.
We don't probably normally do that. Yeah, we don't normally do that, so
Okay, all right.
yeah, it's a bit
Okay.
challenging. So
Okay,
yeah.
I'll just explain the situation, and I really can't understand how we got to this situation. In my division.
So do you have a question for? Mr.
Yes,
Anderson?
I have to explain the question. In my division, we have people that border old railway reserves where they've chosen to build garages facing the railway reserve, and they would bring their vehicles in and out of those garages. But then we put fences up, which meant their access to the railway reserve is limited. And the particular railway reserve I'm thinking about is between Hunter Street and Vogel Road, down towards Sydney Street. The situation as it exists now is that they to get the key, they pay a deposit of $1,395, which they get back when they return the key. What's being proposed by these laws that we're going to vote on today is that each time they want to get a key, they'll pay $211, but on top of that, at our discretion, they'll pay $327 an hour should one of our officers decide to go out to visit the site, presumably to see if they've done any damage to the road reserve. So the current arrangements is they pay $1,395. If they pay to the deposit, they'll pay $1,606. If we have to go out and visit there, they'll pay $1,933, an increase of something like about 60% potentially. I mean, I can't see any justification for this given the extreme amount of the deposit. And if I have to, I'll move a motion that these 2 laws not be allowed. That's me.
Thank you, Councillor. Matt Anderson, General Manager, Assets and Infrastructure Services. The fees and charges which you're referring to, in particular the deposit of $1,395, has been based on a nominal assessment of the impact to council should we be required to conduct corrective action, in particular rekeying of gates as a result of non-returned keys. Noting that there are many members of the public who access this service and return the keys dutifully, we do have circumstances whereby we do need to replace keys, and quite recently we've gone through quite an expensive rekeying activity. The $211 fee, which I think you're referring to, is the permit fee. That's being introduced and is set at the same rate as the driveway crossing permit fees. And that's established in order for us to conduct an assessment and make sure that it's appropriate for somebody to access. The $327 fee is only applied in circumstances where it is necessary. So it's highly likely that this fee would not be applied if somebody is regularly accessing a site and we don't need to go out and do a subsequent inspection of their safe access through council property. So that's absolutely up to the application or the decision of the relevant officers at the time. Now, we have yet to determine the terms and conditions of the associated fees. So there are certain circumstances whereby we're considering capping the number of applications that you might require annually, so perhaps 2 to 3 if somebody is making regular utilisation of this service. In addition to that, we're considering our capacity to charge a deposit once and leave that open for a 12-month period, given that somebody will be in and out utilising that service on a regular basis.
I accept the possibility they may not return the key, but if I was to have a deposit on a key of $1,395, I can guarantee you I am going to return that key. So I think it's a lame excuse to introduce a fee on the basis that we have to rekey. Also, the $327 is completely at our discretion. So potentially, say for example, somebody does this at Grantchester and it takes our officers 2 hours to do the return trip and whatever they need to look at, that's almost $650. I think this is excessive. I'm going to move a motion that both these fees not be
So I'll
allowed.
just have to wait if you're asking the council officer a question.
Yeah. Well, I'm responding to what's been said.
Okay. May I ask a question, Mr Anderson, so I get this right? So just so I know, recently, I think it's at Rosewood Showgrounds, where I think there was a wedding on and they lost the key and called out on a Saturday afternoon. Is that the type of situation that you're talking about, where they've lost the key?
That is
and
the
they
type
call
of situation.
council and say, can you come out, we've lost it, we're really sorry.
That's a really good example, Mayor, yes.
Okay.
And as it's worth pointing out that we have established these rates under cost recovery in accordance with the Local Government Act.
Okay. So for that one, would they have paid a deposit as well? They have paid the $1,300 as well?
Yes, they would have, Mayor. Yeah.
And is that a cost recovery as well? Does it actually cost $1,300 for that, or?
In general, it costs significantly more for us to replace the keys, the security keys, and then to conduct rekeying if necessary. So it is a nominal fee. It's not the full fee associated with replacing the locks.
It's very expensive keys, aren't they? Thank you. Yes, thank you, Councillor Tully.
We've got some other questions down the eastern suburbs in Camira, Bellbird Park, and I know in Redbank Plains there are a lot of unformed roads, and people, they're a lawful road, but they're just a dirt track in most cases. Now, some years ago, the fee was something like $40. It wasn't a fancy key. It wasn't one that, it was a standard key and whatever. It was a sturdy lock, which probably cost about $20. People would sometimes want to get in with a trailer to bring in soil or bark or something like that, and it worked pretty well. Somewhere in the last few years, it's gone. I can't see in those situations we could justify anything like $1,395. I'm just raising this generally, and
I guess do you have a question of the council officer?
Yeah, well, it seems to be out of all proportion to say the cost of a sturdy lock, to stop vehicles getting in when it could just be run at, as a community use rather than and I'm not talking, there can be no real damage done because it's just little dirt tracks.
We have experienced significant damage, Councillor, as a result of access via trail bikes and also via illegal dumping. And so the $1,395 key deposit does actually also act as a bond for any potential damage that's involved in the access to the site.
Yeah, I'm talking about property owners who back onto the road reserve. Not people on bikes, not people illegal dumping, because it's blocked off. It's probably hard to illegal dump. So it just seems out of proportion to someone who just wants to bring in a couple of trailer loads once a year of topsoil to the back of their property, which has got a lawful access to the road reserve.
Thank you. Any other questions? No, thank you. Thank you, Mr Anderson.
Thank you.
I know that I think Councillor Tully had some questions on waste fees.
Yeah, is that we got the appropriate officer?
I think Ms Kavanagh's coming.
Afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. Kay Kavanagh, I'm General Manager, Environment Sustainability.
It's a pretty quick question. It's the general waste at Riverview. The fee is proposed to up to 500 kilograms. Is proposed to go from $14 to $18, which is a 28% increase. But then, if you talk about Riverview, for non-Ipswich residents, the fee is higher, but it goes from 74 to 76, which is only a 2.7% increase. Well, what's the reason for a 28% increase for Ipswich residents and 2.7% increase for non-residents?
The increase in the residence price is primarily associated with the changes in the levy for disposal to landfill, so that covers that differential that's growing each year from the levy increases and the rebate decreasing. Essentially, most of that has been absorbed for the non-residents, so that's a smaller increase. So whilst the percentage seems to be much greater. It's because it's on a smaller base, and that's to increase. It's basically just to account for that levy change.
Just, yeah, if I may ask, just in relation to that, where do we see the tipping point with respect to the price of attending our waste recovery centres, transfer stations and the like, between whether they will dump or whether they, dump at the waste recovery point, transfer station, and just illegally dump somewhere else? Have we done any research on that?
Not research that I'm aware of to know where there might be a tipping point, noting that all councils charge quite differently for disposal at their particular transfer stations. I don't know how we would account for that. Another department does look after illegal dumping, but we do offer other services such as the large items, curbside collection, the free service. So there are other opportunities for people to be able to dispose of their waste in the right, proper manner. But yeah, I don't know what the tipping point of that would be. Yeah.
All right, thanks, Kay. So with respect to today's discussion, are we able to actually make amendments?
Sorry, yes, we
or
can.
suggest amendments?
Can I? I'm talking, so you can't interrupt the chair.
Sorry, I thought I was still asking the question.
As the chair, you have to be silent, as under the meeting procedures. I'm going to caution council officers here to ask questions, and there's a lot of commentary, and some things are not necessarily that disrespectful. So if you don't have any more questions of council officers, I'll have them sit down. Do you have any more questions of Ms Kavanagh? No, then I'll ask you.
Maybe not, but maybe from the discussion.
Okay. Well, we can always call it back during discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, I think there is a mood for quite a bit of discussion on this, and there was a question that can we change this? Yes, we can. So how about we move and second this so that we can go into the discussion part of the conversation, of the process. So I'll move 16.17, and do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll now open up for discussion. So, Councillor Tenley, you had a point that you'd like to raise?
Well, just in light of what Councillor Tully said, I'm wondering whether we should seek to modify the fee for those residents outside the city.
Yep, thank you. So that would just be a matter of making some amendments. I'll just double check with the CEO. This is why it's come to us for that decision. So that would be, I'm just looking at, I think it's 58 of that particular report. So are you proposing something, Councillor Tully? Or?
No, my question was just to get the reason for the differential, and I think we've heard some explanation, but it probably doesn't sit well that Ipswich residents are 28% and others are 2.7. But we probably could get a shandy price that might reduce the Ipswich one a bit and put the other one up a bit.
That's what I was thinking. So I would be suggesting that rather than a 2% increase for those external to city, we'd be looking at something greater. Certainly not 20-something percent as has been increased for the local residents, but certainly I think we can go significantly higher than $2, and that would certainly assist us greatly.
And I think it'd be interesting to know what the volume is of that non-Ipswich waste as well, just that cost modelling. If we're trying to balance things up, how much more would that have to go up to balance bringing down the Ipswich one from $18, it's from 14 to get to 18, so it's quite a big jump.
I mean, personally, I would rather see the $18 reduced. I see that $4 is a pretty big jump, but I am mindful of the fact that these state government levies is the thing that is cruelling us in that regard. But with respect to the $2 versus $4, I think we can make that either in line or even make the non-Ipswich residents an increase of at least $5.
So what would you like to recommend to change that figure from 37? Oh, it was 37 last year, change it to 38. Would you like to increase that to something, or you would like to put something forward?
That's the Rosewood one.
It's not Rosewood, sorry.
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm just reading from page 372. So, sorry to interrupt, but I still think we need to ask the officers that is that going to produce if we put one down a bit and one up a bit, is that going to change the revenue much?
Sorry, from the 70, yes, going to 76, from 74 to 76. So what would you be proposing?
What you said earlier, it's about volumes and about how much money comes in under each of those headings. I'll just make a general comment about fees and charges. They can be changed at any time, but there's no point sort of letting this go through today and changing it in August or something like that, although we legally can do that.
Yeah, agree.
Well, you know, if the Ipswich went up to 15 or 16 rather than 18, how much would the next table for Riverview for the first 300 kilos have to go up to bring the same volume of money, the same amount of money in?
So I think, referring to the CEO, I think what we're looking at, if just say the Riverview went to $16 instead of 18, how much would we have to increase the non-Ipswich residents? Because at the moment it's going from 74 to 76. How much would we have to increase that to make up for it? And is that something we could do or not? A lot. It'd be a lot, because there'd be very small volumes from non-Ipswich residents. Maybe if I could ask Ms. Kavanagh.
Without David here.
Okay.
Okay, do we need to get David here through the chair, or are you able to comment? My sense would be that any change in the rate for Ipswich residents will have a significant impact.
And I think just probably an understanding of why there's a $4 increase would be good to understand. But I think, Councillor Tully, you've got a question?
Just one more thing with that heading for non-Ipswich residents also includes commercial and industrial waste. I'm assuming that includes Ipswich residents who are putting in commercial or industrial waste. It's not just someone from out of town or from Esk or somewhere who's using it. It's all the commercial and industrial waste, which is on the same scale.
So I'll go back to the original about the $4. What made up the $4 increase?
Primarily the $4 increase is the differential between the levy that we're charged and the rebate. So the levy's going up each year and the rebate is dropping each year. So it's essentially the differential. The non-Ipswich residential disposal is quite minimal to the transfer stations. Mostly we get the Brisbane residents that are of the neighbouring councils, neighbouring suburbs that have the vouchers, but more broadly, we don't tend to get a lot of non-Ipswich residents through the transfer station. So primarily it would be more commercial as opposed to residential coming through.
So if Brisbane residents come and attend our Riverview Centre, do they bring a voucher with them, do they?
There's 4 suburbs that are identified to be able to use their vouchers. So essentially the neighbouring suburbs, Corona Downs as an example, can use their vouchers.
So we then bill BCC, do we?
We do, yes.
Oh, I'm happy to increase our fee in that regard.
So if I could just...
So I guess the question with the differential, pardon? We haven't got that calculated at the moment, but I imagine it would be minimal because we don't get a lot of non-residential.
So when the waste levy was introduced, we knew that there was a path that it would decrease.
Yes.
And the levy's going up. Sorry, I should say the levy's going up. And the state government made a commitment would have a rebate. And at the beginning it was about 105%.
105%. So next year it'll be 85%.
So that's dropping from 105 to 85. So we're getting. Wasn't there a commitment from the state government that there will be no difference, that the councils wouldn't be worse off?
Initially in the legislation was written to say no impact on residents, but the change over time was to allow for new initiatives to be developed to move waste from the landfill disposal through to other initiatives such as green waste, recycling, etc. So it's to incentivise that change in behaviour.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I mentioned that the heading for non-Ipswich residents involved the commercial and industrial. The suggestion that I had in mind, including what Councillor Antonelli was raising, was to all 3 of those elements, non-Ipswich residents, commercial and industrial, to apply a fixed increase to that. Yeah, not just the small group of non-Ipswich residents, but those three others as well.
Yep.
And what that would have to be to equate to a smaller or a increase from 14 to 16 rather than 18 on the Ipswich residents table.
Yeah, and that's the bit that we haven't got calculated. The $1 per increase, for example, we get about 160,000 visits through the transfer station. So you could equate roughly what the difference of $1 from the residential change would be. So so if we took that back, say it was a $3 increase, that would be about $160,000 difference there, but I'm not sure what we would need to change the other to make up that.
But how long would it take to get a ballpark figure? Like, could it be another $2 or $3?
To change
another
it, yeah.
$12?
Jeff, how quickly?
I don't know what Jeff Keach, Chief Financial Officer. We'd have to try to work out. Are you thinking there, Councillor Tully, of just having applying, say, $3 to each of those levels, or you're wanting to try to work out a percentage or recover the lost revenue?
No. And we're just talking about possibilities. But
yes.
Say the Ipswich resident one went from 14 to 16.
Yep, and that $2 would be worth probably, as GM said, about $300,000. Okay. $320,000 would be my rough estimate.
How much would you have to apply to the 74 proposal and 76 for all three non-Ipswich residents, commercial and industrial?
I don't know, because I don't know the volumes, but I think it would be substantial increase to try to recover that level of revenue. And I think that would be, then you start to ask the question around where does that apply on cost recovery and all that sort of things from there. Because it's the cost of providing the service, not about balancing your revenues. So, it's about a cost recovery situation. So what would that cost recovery? It's not about the balancing the revenue situation.
When you're saying balancing of revenue, that's not necessarily cost recovery per
we'd have
transaction.
We'd have to have a look at the whole situation and look at that as a collective to see whether we can, to what level we can go to and still meet what would be reasonable cost recovery in that space. If it was just going up from $2 to $3 or $4 and reflecting what that levy increase might be across there, then I think that would be okay. Trying to work out what percentage increase that would be, I couldn't do on the floor here now. And that would take us, I'm not sure how long that'd take. I mean, it's not a matter of 5 minutes either. I think it would take us a little bit of time to work that through. And remembering those charges for the commercials have been at those levels for a while and have been looked at those cost recoveries. So you'd only be wanting to look at your 4 or 5% maximums would be my advice in that space.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Keach was going. Thank you. I just thought I'd provide some background here. In 2018, the state government came up with a waste levy and said that was giving councils a 10-year plan committed to zero waste landfill strategy by 2028, so 10 years. So obviously now we're coming to the fact that those rebates are dropping and the levies are going up. So it sounds to me that this is purely from a cost recovery, this is what is required. So I guess we have to look at the fact that we already know that this fee goes nowhere near to cover the costs for this to go to landfill as it is. So I don't know if you have any suggestions there, Councillor Tully. I don't like the $4 increase either, but it's what it's costing, and the levy is going up and the rebates going down.
Look, I know it's pretty important to have fees and charges set for the start of the next financial year for particularly dogs and the whole hundreds and hundreds of charges, but it probably wouldn't be critical. Our next meeting is June the something, 20, whatever. 20. It wouldn't be impossible to agree to everything else that's here today and just leave that one out. So that's just one suggestion, so that we really get good advice about cost recovery and what's appropriate, and if that's got to go to $100 or something ridiculous, well, then we can take that into account. I'll just ask the officers, I'll ask the CEO, if we delayed that one or anything else that might be changed today till the June meeting is, can that be accommodated by the organisation?
It's certainly my understanding that it could be. Certainly, you could carve out certainly the waste fees until June.
So I think under Ipswich Waste Service, 1.2 and 1.3, which includes the Riverview and Rosewood
Well,
centres.
Yeah, well, I'll propose that as one amendment too. I think there might be some other amendments, but and we might package all those amendments up. But I'll propose that as an amendment to delay those fees until the June meeting.
So we get some modelling done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, through you, Chair, the fees that Councillor Madden was raising questions about, they could be carved out as well, potentially. The 1,300 fee, as you would have seen from the notes, was introduced last year. I mean, you're aware of that. That's not new. Yep, thank you. Thanks.
So, Deputy Mayor?
Just in relation to that, perhaps there's discretion in the way that fee schedule is managed in the terms and conditions as well. So there's, that can be managed for access and the degree of use and damage, etc., through different models other than just straight out the fee schedule, so that we may be able to look into that before the next monthly meeting.
Based on this discussion, we're going to carve out 1.2 and 1.3 of Ipswich Waste Service. But I may also suggest that the other council services, number 7, access to council land, so that way we could discuss those fees that you've raised, Councillor Madden. Is that what you're... Yeah, sure.
I have no problem with the deposit because it's completely refundable. I've got no problem with that. I can understand why council would have a fee for the processing. I mean, council officers have to consider the application, organise to pick up the key, that sort of thing. I think $211 is too much. I'm going to propose $50 for that fee, and I can't support the $327 an hour completely at the discretion of council to go out and inspect whether there is any damage to that. So what I'm proposing is that there is an application fee, that's fine, but it only be $50, and that there be no fee should we choose to go out to inspect the property.
Would you consider, because we're coming back with the Ipswich Waste Service, would you consider if we just let the organisation cost that out for us? So
that's fine.
I'd prefer to have an informed...
That's fine. I just want to make it clear what I was seeking, that's all.
No, thank you. So I'm just making notes here. So that's other council services. Item 7, access to council land.
Yep. Yes, it's titled Access to Council Land.
Yep.
And it's under the heading Other Council Services.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so that's now, there was the animal one. Councillor Antonelli, see if I can find that. Are you okay with the explanation of the fact that the base for the pensioner rate was, so while it was $2 for both the pensioner and non-pensioner? Did you wish to revisit the fees?
Yes, please.
Because it's probably the one that we do have to post out ASAP.
Even if it's only just a $1 increase. I mean, I would imagine that we have some, from memory, it would probably be some 60,000 dogs in the city, if I remember the rough formula for a city of our size.
It's in your
that we know of
committee?
that are registered. Any knowledge from around the room? No? And that being the case, I would think that the pensioners would probably make up 30% of that, so $1 would only be about $30,000 difference in the budget.
So, can I ask a question? Are you intended to move that today? Because if you're leaving it to the end of June again, like the others, they'll want to have the renewal notices out well before the end of June.
Correct. Well, they need to be out. They need to be out, very shortly,
As I
actually.
say, with the dog one, I think we should, if we could make a decision today, that would be good. The others we could do a bit more of our leisure. So we're just making sure I get the right. Yes, I'm scared.
But just on the numbers, I would have believed to be about right. It'd only be about a $30,000 difference.
Okay. I have Mr. David, that's okay.
Yes, Brett Davey, General Manager, Planning and Regulatory Services. Given the actual percentage of desexed pensioner animals of the total value would be relatively low, but we can't quickly get figures together to understand what the quantum of that sort of effect would be. But I would estimate it's not a significant amount, but it would be a reduction in our revenue.
Yeah, just reading through the figures, that's all. Yep. But I agree with you in relation to it. It shouldn't be that significant to make such a reduction.
Obviously those figures that I quoted earlier are based upon a late payment. So there's a $15 early payment discount that's provided to those fees as well. Yeah, so in the hopes of achieving a balanced budget, it'd be my suggestion to stick with the $2. And I realise that it's a $2 increase to pensioners in the current circumstances. That will assist us in getting a balanced budget as per our objectives. But of course, the decision is up to the council.
Yeah, I mean, we are at the 11th hour in relation to the dog registration, so I do have some sympathy for your request, and but certainly I think with respect to the fees for animal management, particularly the dogs here, we need to have a look at that formula for next year a little bit more closely to ensure that we aren't disadvantaging particular people and not meeting our objectives with other particular dog owners.
Yes, of course.
Can I just add the total annual dog registration is on page 132 of our packs? 31,697.
Not big bickies.
31,697. It's on page 132.
It wouldn't be a significant amount in terms.
No.
I would think it would be more than that.
That might be only part of it, because the annual dog registrations are significantly more than 30,000.
There's a host of permits and everything, I would think, in there as well, would there not be?
Would I be correct to say, Councillor, that I'm looking at the 5.5, but I'm looking at that big spreadsheet with the comparison, page 33, 5.5 dog registration per dissexed dog pensioner, the pay by date and the pay after. You're wanting to reduce those by $1, so instead of going up $2, it's going up $1. So at the moment, the pay by date, it's going, for a dissexed dog, it's going from $30 to $32. You think going to 31? So I'm just trying to. Councillor today, do you have one that you'd like to suggest?
5,000. Okay. So I'm just advised there are 5,000 pensioner renewals. So the difference is $5,000 essentially. Yep.
So can you put your microphone on? Could you? Sorry. So can you say that again?
That's just for D6, correct?
$5,000 in total between desexed and entire dogs.
Oh.
Across the pensioners seems to be the numbers that we're just getting coming through as we speak live. So if you reduce by $1, then it'd be $5,000 impact. Sounds about right.
Brett, you just can't buy that cup of coffee each day, mate, that's all.
Sounds about right. Yeah.
So just so I'm clear, when we do the, if you're proposing an amendment, that's 5.5 dog registration per dissexed dog pensioner in our schedule.
And noting the comment earlier, Councillor Antonelli, about it being the 11th hour, whilst it is in terms of fees and charges, we're obviously finalising the budget. So any outcome of today's fees and charges resolution on any matter can still be reflected in our budget.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions on fees and charges? I'm going to try to see if I can capture these amendments. Oh, you've been going as you go. Oh, thank you.
That's just
That the following fees and charges be excluded from this time. So that's section, where it says section 1.2. Can I have this? It's called Ipswich Waste Services. Could I get you to put the Ipswich Waste Services section 1.2 and 1.3? And the next one's correct. Other council services, section 7, access to council, and that is correct. And then B, that 5.5, dog registration per sex dog for pensioner. I said rather than going, pardon me while I go through this, the pay by date goes to $31 instead of $32, and the pay after date goes to $46 instead of $47. Would that be, that's what I gather from today? So pay by date will be $31
Yes, I believe so.
instead
yes.
of $32.
I just closed that off, sorry.
Pay after will be $46. I'll just get you all to have a look at that. Is everyone comfortable with that? Are we getting nods around? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Vicky. Let me just get this. Okay. Now, where were we? We had moved and seconded it. Okay. I'll open up for further discussion. In that case, as the, I'll just check who was the mover and seconder.
Sorry, Mayor, a bit slow for the penny. Can I just check? Does anyone have any concerns that might preclude us continuing with the existing charges? I just want to make sure.
Do you mean for the others that we're delaying for a month?
So the $14 charge, for example, just the wording, be excluded from the 24-25 fees and charges at this time. So I guess as long as it's resolved in June.
Okay, could
It
we
should
have
be
the wording
okay.
to say
Until
that
June.
further consideration of any revised charges be delayed? So in other words, they continue on.
Yeah, I just want to make
Okay.
sure we can keep charging what you've already determined.
That's,
Yeah.
I think you can cover that with the right wording.
That,
So what do you think
perhaps
should have
it's
there?
that changes or increases, so that maybe that changes or increases to the following fees and charges be excluded. Does that work?
I think that's much better, CEO. I mean, just in my case, with the previous wording, it would have meant the key deposit wouldn't be able to be charged.
That was
but
my
this
concern,
said that
yeah.
stays in
Yeah,
place.
or the
Okay.
$14,
Yes.
yeah, waste.
The
The
bonanza.
changes or changes or increases to the following fees.
I just want to make sure too, is it including the other recommendation that was originally in there as well, that the proposed fees and charges as detailed on attachment 1. Yep, does that sound?
Mm-hmm.
I'll check this here. Now, I think this was moved and seconded by myself and the Deputy Mayor, was that correct?
I think so.
So I'll just, original, so I'll get you to show that one, just so everyone can see what's. I'm happy to have that amendment.
I'm happy.
Thank you. Any more? Any other discussion? Going?
No, I'm right.
Sorry, you're right? Okay.
I'm right.
In that
Sorry.
case, I'll call a vote.
I'm not right.
Those in favour of background A, B and C, thank you, Councillor Watson. It's unanimous, thank you very much. But this is something that people get very, okay. May I ask now for a 10-minute comfort break? It is now 3:08, or is there afternoon tea? Okay, sorry, I'm going to call for a sort of an afternoon tea break, so it's now what, 3:08 and come back at 3:30. Thank you. Oh, sorry, can we maybe vote on that, please? Unanimous, thank you. Thank you. Welcome back. It's 3:32 and it's the ordinary council meeting for the 23rd of May 2024. We're up to item 16.18, the annual financial statements for controlled entities, and the recommendation is that the report titled Annual Financial Statements for Controlled Entities be received and contents noted. Does anyone have any questions for council officers? No. In that case, I will move these. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Madden. Any discussion? I'll put those to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. Uh, 1619 is the proposal to make subordinate law, local law, amending subordinate local law 5.1 parking, 2024. And this is a report concerning the amendment of the current subordinate local laws for 134 Parkland Drive, Springfield Central, which was made as an interim law sometime 6 months ago, obviously. Would anyone like to ask the relevant council officer any questions? Yes, please. I think Mr. Davies and he said probably Ms. Connaughton probably. Brett's he's on. Oh no, Brett's. He's here.
Alicia Connaughton, Manager for Compliance.
Thank you. Councillor Tully.
My question is just to clarify that I'm understanding the timing of this correctly, that the current temporary local law, called interim local law, expires on the 25th of July?
That's correct.
Yeah. And our next council meeting's on the 25th of July?
20th of June?
No, I'm sorry, the one after. The July meeting is on the 25th?
Correct.
And that the timing of this would allow that to be adopted as a continuing interim local law on the 25th of July?
The interim local law won't continue, it'll have to end, but then I guess the consultation's planned, and then after the consultation and any responses are reviewed and replied to, then it'll come back before council for the resolution to, I guess, make it a permanent local law.
The current interim local law expires on the 25th of July, and the way I understood the report was that we would be in a position to approve the adoption of another interim local law, I suppose, or you could call it an extension, on that same date, that we would meet the timetable for that. The reason I'm asking that is that, obviously, if that's correct, that there wouldn't be any break in the operation of an interim local law at that location.
Councillor, that wasn't my understanding. I believe there will be a short break, but given that we haven't had ongoing complaints, since we did the education, issued some warnings, we've had no cause to issue any PINs, had no further feedback from the community centre. So I guess the short break doesn't look like it would be a big cause of concern for the community centre, and then the new law would then be able to come into effect. Or I guess the permanent solution to the issue.
Well, so what needs, if we approve this today, what needs to be done between now and whenever, the 25th of July or some other date?
Community consultation has to go out to community consultation for 21 days.
Yeah.
It's, if I can get the report up, I can go through it, and it's, I guess, a combination of the legislation and the local lawmaking policy.
Yeah, well, we're obviously agreed on when it expires. I thought my reading of it was that the consultation process and everything else that needed to be done could be done by the 25th of July, which I think is the July council meeting, so there'd be no break in the operation.
Oh, sorry, by the July meeting, yes, that's my understanding.
Oh, well, that's what I'm...
Yeah, I thought you said the June meeting, sorry.
No. Well, I said the next meeting, but I meant the next operative meeting closest to the 25th of July.
Yes.
So my thinking is
the
same
correct.
as yours, that we should be able to have all the operational stuff done by the 25th of July. So on the day it expires, it's a new interim local law could come into effect on the same day.
Not an interim local law, an actual
Permanent.
Oh,
I
is this
guess,
the permanent
a
change?
making of a subordinate local law.
Because when we had a meeting with the staff, they indicated it was going to be an interim local law extension.
Not an extension, no, it'll be a new local law.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of Ms Connaughton?
Yes, thank you, Ms Connaughton. If you could just explain the difference between the interim, which is only temporary, and us amending the subordinate local law to then make it continuous.
I guess the interim local law is permitted, but it has to expire after 6 months, and that's under the Local Government Act. In our local lawmaking policy, there's no provision to amend a local law. It only speaks to making a new local law. So although, I guess for terminology, we all think of it as an amendment, but I guess by the policy, it says we're making a new local law, and that's what we're doing. We're just making an addition into our local laws, which is classified as a new local law.
Thank you. And I'd also note there's, again, been no infringements imposed on any residents that are parking there, and the functioning of the YMCA and its visitation has been positively affected.
Sorry, we haven't moved and seconded, so I won't go into discussion yet, if that's okay, sorry.
Sorry,
Any other
I'm
questions
losing
of Ms
track.
Connaughton? Any other questions? No, thank you. I do note that it was your notice of motion. Would you like to move this, Deputy Mayor? Yes. Yeah, because somebody was just to second it?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay, thank you.
In
Deputy Mayor?
speaking to the motion, Mayor, just like to say that the impacts of the temporary interim local law to, I guess, manage the parking there next to the YMCA in Springfield Central has been really positive. So warnings have been issued, and visiting there, you can see the number of car parks are free for the visitors of the YMCA that are participating in nursing programs and immunisation clinics, etc. So it is, in effect, been working positively, and so this will continue with the new local law, and I'm in favour, and it worked. Yay!
Well done. Any other discussion? No, we'll put the matters to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. Thank you. 16.20 is the Waste and Circular Economy Transformation Policy Directive update, and the recommendation is that the report be received and noted. Would anyone like to speak to the Relevant Council Officer on this matter? I think the report is probably self-explanatory, so I'll move it. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Madden. Any discussion? I think the report is self-explanatory. I think we're looking forward to doing another update of this policy directive. I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour? Yep, it's unanimous and carried. (16.21), which is a municipal infrastructure works early accrual offset at Barham's Road, and the recommendation is that the early accrual offset of actually $7.654 million be approved. Does anyone have any questions of the relevant council officer on this offset, on this report? No? I will move it. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Augustine. Any discussion? Not from Division 1. Okay, in that case, I'll put this to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. It's unanimous and carried. The next matter is the 16.22, the Planning Environment Court Status Action Report. The recommendation is the Planning Environment Court Action Status Report we received and the contents noted. Does anyone have any questions of the relevant council officer? Yes, Councillor Tully does.
Good afternoon, Greg Potter, Manager Development Planning.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. Councillor Tully?
Yeah, thank you. I've got 2 or 3 items I just want to clarify. I won't touch on the merits of any of these cases. It's just some factual information. The first one is Division 2, which is the Spring Lake Holdings Proprietary Limited. The High Court has rejected their leave to appeal. But what I was curious about, I thought that was the end of the matter, but it says the balance, this is our commentary, the balance of the original appeal is still to be dealt with.
Yeah, that should be removed. That's actually an error. So
okay.
all that's outstanding. That's all right. Look, to be fair, the court status report does need to be updated. It's been a while since we've had a meeting. So a number of these appeals, which is a great thing, will come off. So we'll actually go from 11. Probably 5 will be removed, so we'll be down to 6. But just on that, Councillor Tully, the latest advice I got from legal services was there's a cost issue remaining in terms of costs. Oh, okay. And obviously, in this case, Spring Lake Holdings, as the appellant, as the applicant, instigated these proceedings in the Court of Appeal and then went to the High Court. Leave was refused. It's been recommended that I think our external lawyers are Clayton Utes, to get a costs assessment done to determine what those costs are. I guess my only question around that is what the cost of that will be, and in terms of the costs that will be applicable in the case. There's no other.
There's no planning issues from now on. It's purely the finalisation.
Correct.
Of the cost.
Yeah, that needs to be taken off.
The next one is I wasn't aware of this particular refusal. It's 8284 Jones Road, Bellbird Park, and it was a refusal. And for reasons about like building was like a little bit of a bridge or something.
A little bit of a bridge, yes.
It says the development tribunal had no jurisdiction to hear the appeal, and the way I read it, that was because of the nature of that.
That's correct.
Did they pick the wrong forum?
Yeah. Well, look, I think initially it also the Planning and Environment Court had said they didn't have jurisdiction either, so it's just fallen away. So. Yeah.
So that's the end of that.
That's the end of that one. That will come off. Yep.
All right,
that'll be removed.
Well.
Yep.
288 Brisbane Terrace, Goodna. This has been that area on the western sector of for development, like a retirement village, I suppose I'd call it that. But what intrigued me, and we might have to go into a closed session with that, is that without prejudice discussions are ongoing. Probably to explore my question, I think we would need to move in just briefly, probably only 2 or 3 minutes, Mayor, to discuss that, please.
Sure.
That's fine.
Do you want me to?
Oh, you've got the wording there.
I've got the script here, Helga. So
thank you.
I move that we go into closed session in accordance with section 254J3. So I'm just checking the local. E, legal advice obtained by the local government or legal proceedings involving the local government, including, for example, legal proceedings that may have been taken by or against the local government. Is there a seconder for that?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Thank you, Councillor Tully. I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? It's unanimous. We will now move into closed session.
Thank you very much. Welcome. We just went to closed session to discuss the Planning Environment Court Action Status Report, just to go a bit more detail with some of the discussion. So it's 4:03 on the 23rd of May 2024. We're at item 16.22. Now I'll move that report. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Turnley. Any discussion on that report? No, in that case, I'll put it to vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. 16.23, which is the exercise of delegation report. So the recommendation is that the exercise of delegation report be received and contents noted. Does anyone have any questions of the relevant council officer on this? In that case, I will move it. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any discussion? No, I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. I have no notices of motion. I have no questions on notice. I just have a note here from the council. There was a report titled Councillor Representation on External Groups that was listed on the agenda to be provided prior to the meeting. However, the report will now be considered at a future meeting because we didn't get to do that. I just note that. And I think also, Councillor Cullen, you're going to declare a conflict of interest on a future matter?
If I can, Mayor, please. In accordance with section 150 EQ of the Local Government Act 2009, I inform the meeting that I've declarable conflict of interest in the Carolee Community Association, and is it the City Switch Site 7? Or
Stage 7 of the City Switch
Stage 7 City Switch. Being that I was the president of the Carolee Community Association, I live in that area and I have had discussions with those groups prior to being elected. I haven't had discussions since being elected, but I was at a meeting where I was listening only. I invite the other councillors to determine if I can continue to participate in those decision processes.
Thank you. Councillor Cullen, I do appreciate when the community group came in recently, you also declared just observed, so thank you.
Thank you.
May I ask, when were you the president of the Carolee Community Association?
I'm just trying to think. I think it's 21 to 22.
Okay.
I think 21 to 22.
So it's just the 1 year?
1 year I was president. I've been a member for 5 or 6 years.
Okay. So are you an executive on the Carolee Community Association or their subcommittee?
No, Mayor.
Okay. Do you have any personal financial benefits relating to these matters? When it does come, or if it doesn't come?
Not directly, Mayor. No, not at all. No.
I'll open it for any other questions.
Yeah.
Yes, Councillor.
Is this a matter currently before council?
So it could be. So the community is actually coming and having discussions with council. And I guess it's it's unusual because it's the Carolee community that's having discussions, even though the development is actually across the river in Bundamba.
You mean the discussions outside the committee or council meeting? Yeah.
So it could come to council. So Councillor Collins wanting to bring the matter forward so we can see if he can be involved or not in those discussions.
Yeah, okay. Well, I guess if it was currently before, I've never seen a situation where people declare in advance.
Yeah.
But if it was a current thing, we probably would say okay.
They're a very active community group.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah.
Do you have any questions of?
Well, no, I was just trying to put it in context.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess the community group were wanting to talk to their divisional councillors, and I think Councillor Collins is trying to work out if he can do that or not, if there's a conflict.
See, if you look at those draft resolutions, they talk about a declarable conflict, and then it talks about remaining in the meeting or leaving the meeting or whatever. There's nothing before the meeting that's.
Yeah. And yet the Local Government Act.
I've never struck this situation where anyone's declared something when there's no matter currently before the council. So I don't know.
But it's potentially coming to council.
Yeah, I know. But isn't that the appropriate time to declare it when it is a matter before council?
I think the issue is it not through the Mayor? I think the issue is that we are meeting with this public. and with this public group, and therefore, I guess Councillor Cullen is after some direction as to whether or not he can proceed with that potential conflict of interest with our. I mean, this is strange, but is this the right forum to ask for it?
The only place that we can make a decision is at this at an ordinary council meeting. It's the only place that Councillor Cullen, only the councillors can do it. So I think it's an open and a transparent way of Councillor Cullen dealing with the matter.
Just through you, Mayor, the option A, if you cut out remains in meeting, but just keep participates in discussion, and then we can put a condition on that we revisit it if there is a matter to vote upon, if it comes to a meeting. So that covers him off on the discussion side.
I was comfortable to move that I don't think there's any personal financial benefit, and that he could proceed. That was my view.
Okay.
That he could continue to. Because at the moment he's in no man's land.
I guess if you move that, I'll second that.
Okay.
Well, certainly. I was going to say C gives us another condition, but it doesn't really relate, does it?
Yep. So I move that.
But clarity is needed.
I move that Councillor Dave Cullen can participate and vote on the matter of, and I don't know the development application number, it's stage 7 of the City Switch development in Bundema. I guess I should look up the DA number there. When if it does go to council, but also when he's having discussions with community members, because there is no personal or financial benefit to him, and therefore a reasonable person would trust that the final decision, if it does come, is made in the public interest. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second that.
For that? Thank you, Councillor Madden. Open up for any discussion. Put to the vote. Those in favour? Okay, everyone but Councillor Tully. Those against? And abstaining? Councillor Tully's abstained. Thank you. And that is the end of, I think, the longest council meeting that I've ever participated in. So it's 4:10 p.m. Thank you very much. It's been a long day, but thank you very much. Look forward to the committees.